FC2, round number 10 of the Rallyx Championship. Hal Ridge, obviously yesterday some of these points battles heated up. I mean, we've only got 1 point separating the drivers in one of the divisions, but I mean, this has really been a blockbuster weekend so far. The racing yesterday, you and I talked afterwards, it was some of the best we've seen all season.
Yeah, brilliant, wasn't it? And especially here at the Estering, always provides great racing. We saw loads of action, not only in the first corner, but there was some great battles throughout qualifying. Semis and finals always deliver, don't they? But there was some real entertainment, I think, and some really exciting racing that maybe perhaps you wouldn't see otherwise. Look at Navarro Manista, for example, won the junior cross-car crown as we see cross-cars taking place in the background, and then drove free, having secured the title. Okay, didn't quite get to the podium at the end of the day, but was using all sorts of wonderful lines to try and make stuff happen on track, and we saw a lot of that type of racing yesterday. I'm just going to grab this man very quickly. It wasn't in the plan, but Romet Cerner, a first win at this level. You've won in cross car, but to win in an FC2 against such a strong field, you must be delighted with your result yesterday.
Yeah, cannot deny it. It was really nice feeling yesterday, quite emotional. It was definitely not easy to step up from cross car to FC2 class. The speed and the weight difference is quite huge, but I'm really happy for the progress what I made this season, so I'm happy.
Of course your objective was to win. I'm sure your engineering spotter, Jarmo Vosa, would have been absolutely devastated that you did donuts and used up some of your tyre allocation, but I'm a great advocate of you need to celebrate when it goes well, because hey, it might never happen again. You just don't know, do you? So did you take that moment last night to really enjoy what you've achieved?
Yeah, after the race, definitely. Not maybe later on. We went to sleep earlier, but yeah, there was new tires on the back, so I totally forgot that. But that's the feeling was just awesome. That I think it was worth to take this.
Yeah. Well, last question before we let you go, but let's talk about the start yesterday, because that really sealed the deal in the very first corner for you. I mean, you started in the second row on the outside, and somehow you come out of the first corner and you're in the lead. Take us through that. Was that a planned attack?
Actually, I can say that it was some kind of advice for me to make some changes. That my team knew that it was a really good grip on that spot. So we made some changes, and Jarmo told me that so just full send and we will be P1 in the first corner. I was like, it's not gonna happen. But after first corner, I was like, what the fuck just happened? So yeah, it was a bit strange feeling after the first corner, but I just kept going, and the pace was solid. Not maybe the quickest, but I did my job. I'm happy.
Thank you, Robert. Well done. See you later.
Well, I know he was ecstatic yesterday, and we talk about Jarmo. Obviously, we don't see him here, but he's already doing work for today. But he was ecstatic yesterday. He was all smiles.
Yeah, as he rightly should be. It's a team effort, this game, isn't it? And as Roman said, it was advice or a discussion they had within the team. Remember that when Kevin Eriksson went around the outside in 2016, it was from P4 on the grid. That man there, who we spoke to in the pre-show yesterday, Lucas Gabrielson, did seal the deal in the end as well in open two-wheel driving. You could see Jim through qualifying. He was just driving a bit careful, wasn't he, just to make sure he got the qualifying points he needed, got that done, and then we had a great set of semis and finals in open two-wheel drive as well.
Yeah, well, it looks like we've got Kevin Eriksson here standing by. We got, obviously, Kevin, there's a lot going on. This is championship weekend here, here at Estering, and we had some great racing yesterday, but series doesn't end. Obviously, we've got Rallyx in Americas, but even more important than that, we've got the global finale there in Portugal, and I know things have been stacking up, but you've also got a prize drive that is going to be unveiled, and that you're going to give away for Portugal as well.
Yeah, exactly. So we released that before the season, that we did like a in-season tournament thing in Super Lights. So who the best 4 scores, double headers during the year. Whoever got the most points in those 4, we're gonna get a free, paid everything, full ride in FC2 in Portugal in the global final. So I don't know if it's confirmed yet, but I think it's Robert Wittels that's have sealed the deal, and really happy for him. He's really showed 2 years now in Super Lights, and he's extremely fast, like every lap, and always there, and it'd be cool to see him take the step up.
Yeah, it'd be really exciting. So, let's talk about this season overall. Obviously, we're here at the last round here in Europe, but, takeaways here. We've had very close racing in FC2. I mean, we've seen, I don't know how many different winners this season, but we've seen a lot of drivers take the top step. Obviously, cross car junior, open two-wheel drive. Overall, how are you feeling about this season of Rallyx?
It's been great. Like you say, very competitive. Small details all the time. I watched the time practice this morning. I think there were like 3 cars within 6 or 7 hundredths of a second. So just how it should be. I mean, that's what I want. As even also as a driver, but also especially for the show and for us. For you guys making a great show on the TV. I mean, the better the racing, the tighter the racing, the better it is. So. Great year. I mean, some of the championship I think is confirmed. Cross car is extremely tight still. I've seen that. So I think that's the most fun championship battle to see here today between Murstad and Isakssätra. But great year.
Great year overall. Hal, you got anything?
Thank you, Kevin. No, I just was looking behind you here at the Rallyx Trophy, the famous Rallyx Trophy. So many names on this. Kevin, you were at Lindemann, won it here last year at the Estering, but Topane and Kristoffersen, Nicholas Godholm, yourself as a 2-time champion, and your brother, it's almost a foregone conclusion, but he still has a job to do today to make it through qualifying to become a 2-time champion, Oliver Eriksson.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you say, when you stand here and see them and see the names on them, it's quite cool to see all the names that has won Rallyx. And also, we carried over the RX2 trophy, which is also, this is kind of where we started this, that whoever we won Supercar Light back then got to go up to the top step. So obviously both myself and Kevin Hansen and Cyril Raymond, we got our first chance in Supercar back then, and now that would be for Roberts as well. But some extremely cool names to see, and not the past yet, but some names that doesn't really race anymore, and then some names that are Tommy Hallman and Simon Olofsson that are now moving up the ladder. So really cool to see that all these drivers has been been in the Rallyx paddock and really grown as race drivers.
Thank you, Kevin. Enjoy today, the final day of action from a points point of view for 2026. Certainly in Europe anyway, and as you said, the cross car battle is going to be absolutely fantastic today, isn't it?
I think that's what everybody's lined up to see. 1 point separation coming down to the final round at Estering. I mean, you can't write a better story than that.
No, winner takes all, isn't it, basically? But in such a competitive category, that's a big ask, isn't it? Because there's just so much that can go on in cross car. The pace is so close, as it is in many classes, but certainly in cross car it's super tight. Victor Christensen, Victor Christensen, won the first round of the series all the way back in Tierp. Has had an up and down year, it's fair to say. The inexperience, I think, comes in at different points, but doing a stellar job, I think, under the STS RX banner, and third quickest in free practice this morning. I think these young drivers are really doing a good job, and there's no better learning than racing, is there? You can do all the testing you want, but actually to be in a race environment is so important. And Emil Nason, Victor Christensen, Tobias Darbach, even Robert Cerner, a winner again. I'm impressed by these young drivers.
Well, and I think that goes back to you and I talked about in the broadcast yesterday, and Andreas Eriksson's been very open about it. Kevin mentioned it, but we've got this ladder system here, but it's not just for this. I mean, we've got you look at the names that are on those trophies and things like that, and the world champions, things like that. There's a lot of talent that's come through Rallyx in the ranks.
There is indeed. And speaking of talent, let's just jump in here and try and grab Roberts. This is quite good, actually. We'll come in, Kalle, because Roberts is looking at the data. We won't disturb you too much, mate, but first of all, tough day yesterday. Yet again, you had the pace. I'm sure it wasn't intentional what happened in the final, because you're not that kind of driver normally, but a black flag, I guess you need to regroup and go again today.
Yep, I actually don't remember when was last time I got the black flag. Maybe some 12, 13 years ago in a go-kart. But just unlucky. Alex had some issues with the car. He was running on 3 cylinders, slowed down a little bit maybe than needed to, and I just went very close in the Joker entry and clipped him, and unfortunately. But that's racing. Sometimes I guess it happens.
Overall, though, what a place this is, the Estering, to drive a four-wheel drive car. Again, the pace has been very good from your side. I know you're working very closely with Eric at analysing where you can improve every single time you go on track. But how has the overall performance been from your side?
I think quite alright. If I can be honest, then maybe Estering at the moment is not the track that suits my driving style the most. It's my second year with a lights car, but I'm still learning a lot how to drive this car on, especially on the gravel corners, third one and this one. So it's a big learning also for me. But yesterday I think we were 7/10 quicker than everyone else from right to get away, and today also fastest in practice. So I think we just need to build on that. And again, I'm still learning a lot of things for me as well to learn. So yeah, exciting.
And there'll be some learning to do in Portugal at the end of the year as well. We've just heard from Kevin Eriksson in this early part of the show that your performance through the year have won you the FC2 drive in Montenegro. That's a big step up. You have experience in supercar, I know, but to go and compete against these guys in Montenegro will be special indeed.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say also thanks to Andreas Eriksson for giving this opportunity for lights category. I think it's a great way for young drivers to step up. Pretty much the same way I did in UK. I won the 1600 and then I shot that supercar, and same way here. So I think that's the progression we need in rallycross, similar as it's maybe in other junior series that we see around. And as Andreas also told that if you can be fast in a lights car, he believes, and I also believe, that you can be fast also in faster car, because during my 2 years in the lights car I learned a lot. The level last year we had in this category was super high, and you see the guys going to the other championships, they are at the front straight away. So yeah, shame that this year we had a little bit lower entry than wanted to, but still we put up some. I think the competition level was high, and yeah, I think it's a great step up.
We'll leave you to it. I know you need to look more at the data, but thank you. Good luck today, and we'll see you in Portugal. What a great advocate Robert Svittos is, Jim, for supercar lights. He's really performing fantastically this year, isn't he? And I think just like Lucas Anderson, who was quick from the outset when he stepped up to FC2 from supercar lights at the start of this season, it'll be really interesting to see how he goes in Portugal.
Yeah, and I honestly think him getting behind the wheel of an FC2 car there in Montenegro, I think he's going to be right on pace, very quick. He's been so fast. I mean, he's been the class of the field in supercar lights. Obviously, we haven't seen him in every single round, but the rounds he shows up, I mean, he's the guy to beat.
Absolutely. Just a quick shout for Rennie Munich in the background. Took victory in the supercar category yesterday. Matt Soman was in a battle with him for that win, and Matt's just lost out. But it was kind of all fair in love and war, wasn't it? The Rennie took the win in the supercar class. Matt's had already won in the open four driver and category. Two more popular winners you won't find. Rennie's done so much for this sport and this venue in particular. Matt Soman is an absolute legend of this discipline, and very well liked indeed. So great for them, and I'm sure we'll have plenty more great racing from every category today here at the Estering.
Yeah, you know, and talking about those guys, I think both of them, you said fan favorites. Each time one of them won, I mean, it was just electricity in the crowd. The pop was huge, and I'm looking forward to the racing that we've got come today. I mean, we've got championships to decide, and I think things here at Estering are just getting started.
They are indeed. Let's get on with it. Right, let's take a look at this fantastic circuit here in northern Germany.
And look at this, we're here at Estering, and what a beautiful track as we get that aerial footage. Sun's starting to come in, things are a little hot. Hal, take us through this iconic first corner.
Much more uphill on the Estering than it looks like on television into the first corner, through the right-hand kink, all the way down the hill into turn 2, and then it's a chicane back up the hill again, over the loose surface section, down into the final complex. The Joker is right at the end of the lap. You can see that with the yellow line on the left-hand side of your screen. The entire paddock's in the middle of the venue here. It's a really immersive atmosphere, and the banks, especially today, are lined with spectators. And so far, they have watched Q1 this morning and Q2 for Crosscar Junior and Crosscar. We're looking back at Crosscar Junior. Poor old Crosscars, Jim, usually get the water track, don't they? Because they're at the start of the session. There's Emily Nason struggling to get recovered after a little bit of a spin.
Got another group here off the line. Looks like we got Ken Gasaho there on the inside. A lot of contact there in that first corner. Very slippery this morning. Some more contact.
Kangasaho there going up the inside. Tovio here starting in P3, makes a good launch.
Paramaki looks like got the whole shot there.
Tevio then getting a bit turned around in the first corner by Mane. Tevio taking the race win, which would ultimately be only good enough for 11th. Pim Klaassen, yesterday's winner, starting from P4 on the grid by virtue of being 4th quickest in Q1. Sebastian Ease, etc. fending off Jero Hukar here. Klaassen though went quickest and climbed to the top of the intermediate classification. And Tila second, Manisto third, your new champion as of yesterday. Hukar, Ease, etc. and Perimaki are your top 6. On the cusp at the moment, Yulalami, Kangasaho, Mane and Ramakers are in that battle to make the semi-finals when we watch Q3 later on.
Looks like we've got cross car now in action. Earlier in Q2, a lot of contact there in that first corner. It's come through, things getting spread out.
Romanis there taking the race win.
It's come up that backstretch, high speed into that nice tight corner. Had 3 cars entering the Joker at the same time. Svedlin there on the inside.
This was a close run thing in turn 1. It was Rosmarm who had that contact with the 2 JC drivers, Svedlund and Vettel yesterday, again in the same races. This is where the interest is though today, Jim, on the inside. Ease, etc. and Thomas Ekmer's had so little to choose between the 2 Norwegians who are going to fight super hard today to try and claim the crown. Vettel difficult weekend continues with a DNF in this one, but it was indeed Espenese, etc. who benefited most to sit top of the order. Yulalami was quickest in Q2 to be second. Ekmerstad, Hukar, Schnack and Van Hoof complete the top 6.
You know, and setting the stage for those of you, some of you at home that aren't quite up to speed on the points, we are 1 point different in cross car between Thomas Ekmerstad and Espenese, etc. So as you said in the pre-show, Hal, that one is going to be a winner-take-all scenario.
Yeah, and you've just got to maximise every opportunity through qualifying, as we've just seen. We've got Q3 still to go, and there's a lot that can play out yet. Then the semi-finals, finals. There's points on offer at every stage of the event, and yeah, it's going to be critical for them. And as you say, with 1 point between them, it's going to go down to the wire, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think that's the one everybody here is excited to watch. And cross car all season long has been up and down, up and down. I mean, a couple rounds ago, we thought Carl Svedlin had it in the bag, and here we go to Estering, and we got a 1 point battle from 2 different drivers. So lots of storylines today as we're knee deep into Q2 in our heats. We're going to have open 2-wheel drive up here momentarily, and that one has been absolutely electric. Obviously, the championship already wrapped up. Gabrielsen wrapping it up yesterday. We saw Victor Johansson, though. He's coming in, and he said, you know what, all bets are off. I'm going to have some fun out here. And then once Gabrielsen clinched that championship, Hal, it got really interesting because it was like the pressure was off him, and then we really saw the battle start to heat up.
Yeah, and I think when you start the season, no one wants to finish second or third. And if you talk to Victor Johansson coming into this weekend, do you want to be second in the standings? You couldn't care less. Actually, now on finals day, you want the best return possible on your season, don't you? So when the awards gala is in Portugal at the in a few months' time, you want to be on the Rallyx podium, don't you? So you want to be second rather than third, and you definitely don't want to be fourth, so you miss out on being on the top 3 altogether. So there's a lot to fight for today, and I think that's true across all the classes. That yeah, drivers will be keen to finish as high up as they can in the overall standings.
Well, you know, and it's even going all the way up where, you know, Oliver Ericsson's pretty much got things solidified there in Supercar in the FC2. But, you know, yesterday, he didn't like finishing second to Romet Cerna. You know, I know Cerna, obviously, he was happy for his teammate and a guy that he's coached, but I laugh and I go, you know, Oliver Ericsson, I think we're going to see him a little fire in him today.
Yeah, and you always want to end a year on a high, don't you? So he'll want to end this season. It's going to take some sort of miracle for him not to win the championship because of the point situation. He's going to win it in qualifying. We guess, or we know, but with barring any disaster for him. But you always want to win. You know, you're only as good as your last result and all that, aren't you? So, yeah, I'm sure he'll want to be at the top of the order come this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, stories across the board. We're just getting started here at Estering. This is round number 10. We are crowning champions today as we've got our open two-wheel drive making their way to the grid. This is going to be Q2 race number 1. This one we're going to have Dan Ertz back in. He missed some racing yesterday. He is back. Great to see him. Verkurginen in this one. Geenan, Aliwinski. We are getting ready to go green here.
All of these drivers retired from their races in Q1.
All right, back here, open two-wheel drive again, Heat 2, Race 1, Ertz, Verkurnigan, Geenan, Aliwinski in this one. Looking like Geenan with a jump. Geenan had a great start yesterday, but falls back just a bit. Verkurnigan now going to jump into the lead going into turn number 1.
Track's just been watered. That was the slight today with the water charcoal as Geenan forces the pack out wide. Ertz in the inside arm for Kerningen, all over the bank on the inside. That is not the ideal line at all going down the hill.
It looked like we had a mud flap flying in the background there. Verkurnigan stretches out about a 2-car length lead over Geenan. Geenan had the jump and then looked like may have missed a shift or something on the run up into turn number 1, dropped it back into second. Aliwinski and Ertz there in 3rd and 4th right now, but Verkurnigan starting to stretch the lead out just a hair over Geenan at the end of lap number 1. We're going 3 here. Looks like we did have one driver opt in to take the Joker. It was Aliwinski. Car's fighting for traction in that wet water.
This is going to really compromise these early drivers in this session. It's a hot day in Germany, isn't it? So the water used to suppress the dust, which is absolutely necessary, but at the same time they're going to lose out because this is only going to dry, and it dries rapidly here. So, yeah, the times will tumble as we go through the following races. Whole bundle of races we've got in open two-wheel drive this weekend.
All right, it's into lap number 2.
Races to come after this.
Into lap number 2, no changes. Verkurnigan being chased by Geenan. Looks like Geenan making up a couple car lengths all the way to the inside. Geenan looking tight. Gonna have any traction. Looked like Geenan did find a little traction on that inside, able to narrow things down with Verkurnigan. Looks like Ertz now with a problem.
Very rare you see that move work when you carry the speed on the inside, unless you can force the issue a bit, because you just carry so much more momentum mid-corner by carrying it a bit deeper in. You see that with the four-wheel drive cars a lot as well.
Geenan's keeping it nice and tight here. Last lap, we're going to see both drivers jump in, take the Joker. Unless there's an incident here, and the Joker going to finish the way they are running. Just tiptoeing through the Joker ever so slowly. Verkurnigan going to take this one, Geenan, and we're going to have a race to the stripe. It's going to be Aliwinski getting around Ertz there at the finish as Ertz got caught up in the Joker. And that first race in Q number 2 of open two-wheel drive. As you see there, Geenan got the slight jump on Verkurnigan, but Verkernigan getting around in turn number 1. That was Ertz getting a little slideways. Geenan had a look there in the inside. Looked like he found a little traction there down low. Wasn't quite as wet. Wasn't able to capitalize on it. Brings us to the finish. Verkernigan didn't take the top spot in that one. Geenan, Alewinski, and Ertz, 3rd and 4th. All right, another group here, open 2-wheel drive. It's going to be our second heat.
Front-wheel drive Ford Fiesta on the outside will inevitably get a poorer start, but the lap pace will be much better than the start performance would suggest.
All right, it's Bosmans, Vestergaard, Englund, and Verbucht in this one. Vestergaard with a jump on the field in the 322. Big jump for Vestergaard.
And it all bunches up into the first corner as Vestergaard defends on the inside. Bosman's up to 2nd ahead of Englund in the Mazda rotary powered RX-8. Lock up for the RX-8 machine. Behind the Z3, I love a BMW Z3. Such a great shaped car. There's such variety in this class now and in this race. You've got an Opel Manta, a Mazda RX-8, a BMW Z3 and a Ford Fiesta. It's absolutely montiel.
Well, it looks like Fabian Verbucht in the Fiesta dropping back a little bit. Vestergaard currently leading. Getting a little pressure from Bosmans here. Bosmans look like getting a run. Narrowing the gap there. Going to look to the outside as they come up and around down this long high-speed stretch.
Bosmans has done the fastest lap of the session so far on a 42.3. Naturally, we see the faster drivers coming in the later races, but also, as I said, the track is going to dry a little bit. It's dry over the top, really.
So does Bosman's joker here, Hal, with the faster lap time, just to try and make it up on the next lap?
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
Yep, and there goes Bosman's as we send into the joker.
As we were discussing last night when we went for dinner, we didn't see many people really execute the joker entry, did we? By carrying the pace around the outside. So often people check up on the inside and then get back in the throttle to joker. I find it baffling as Bosmans looks up the inside of Englund in the first corner.
Had a look at things, but as you said, it's really hard in that corner to make the pass on the inside. Looks really good until it's not. So we're going to run down into this high-speed corner. Going to get deep into the brakes here. Looks like Bosman's carrying a lot of speed. Don't know if the split's going to be enough to be able to get around Vestergaard for the win here after being caught up by Englund. So our leader now dives into the joker. Second place into the joker. Bosman's definitely going to pick up the second spot. Don't know about the first. Not going to happen as Vestergaard going to take the victory. It is going to be Bosman's into second, Englund into third, and Verbucht going to settle for fourth in this one.
The time is better than that of Verkernigan in the previous race with a 2:16.9. So currently fastest is Vestergaard in the session, although I'm sure that time will tumble as we go through. There's a whole stack of very accomplished two-wheel drive machines behind us in our commentary position.
So it was Bosman's with a look there into the inside. Wasn't able quite to get around. I think that was what sealed his fate for second place in this one. It's across the finish line there. And our official results, it will be Erling Vestergaard with the top spot in that one. Temporarily going to take the top spot overall. Then it was Bosman's in the second spot. All right, another group here. This one we've got Verhoeven, Hammer, Wallach, and Hendricks. A couple of BMWs, a Fiesta, and a Skoda. Wallach with a jump on the field, cuts over, oh, contact into, that was Wallach and Hammer, I believe. Or Verhoeven and Hammer, a big rotation there.
Verhoeven's having a wild old ride. Wallach sideways on the exit of the first corner. Hammer carrying damage. It was Verhoeven on the inside, wasn't it? And Hammer was collateral damage in that, really. We'll have to have a look at the replays after this and see what went on to be clear. It's so difficult through that right-hander where the pack's going right, but you also, the momentum's carrying you a little bit left. It's those on the left-hand side are wanting to shut the door a bit to carry the momentum into the first corner. Really, we call the first corner, but it's actually turn 2, as Verhoeven remains on a bucking Bronco of a BMW E92 in the background.
All right, Wallach now going to get the run up, going to have a couple behind him. That is Hammer and Hendricks in second and third. Hammer, after that initial contact at turn number 1, that right front fender is just kind of flared up out there. Beaver is heading some of the aerodynamics. Might be losing a mile an hour or 2 on some of these long straights. Wallach not going to take it, neither is Hammer. We are going to have Freak Hendricks into the Joker, so we're going to see if this benefits Freak Hendricks on this last lap. Hendricks going to have enough. Oh, go ahead.
Rather than the aero deficiency, as Wallach runs really wide in the first corner, it's more about harming the cooling, isn't it, in the front of these cars, especially on a hot day like this. It must be over 30 degrees by now in the paddock. It's super warm, isn't it? So you just don't want to compromise your cooling, risk overheating the engine. Of course, on all the turbocharged cars that there are in open two-wheel drive, intake temperatures are so important as well. Supercharged is Wallach's BMW.
So it's going to be Wallach and Hammer into this one. Hendricks not going to be able to capitalize. Well, a little mistake there. Into the wall. It's going to be close here at the stripe. Ooh, that was a photo finish. Wallach definitely took it, but looks like Hammer going to get the edge over Hendricks by
5,000ths of a second at the line.
5,000.
And that really depends where you've got the transponder bolted in the car, doesn't it?
Oh wow, that was it. Here was the contact there with Verhoeven earlier on with Emil Hammer.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a first corner clumsy racing incident. Maybe get a warning for Verhoeven for not respecting the cars on the outside.
And Verhoeven getting a little loose there, coming in too hot. As we saw our leader Wallach then almost drop a tire there into the sand, able to keep it on the tarmac. A little brush with the wall there.
Was good enough to take the fastest time so far.
So it's Wallach and Hammer. Hammer with such a narrow margin over Freak Hendricks. Roll Verhoeven in the 4th spot. It's another group here in open two-wheel drive. Open two-wheel drive Q2 race number 4. Van Lummel and Van Hove. We got Bleasdale. That would be Darren Bleasdale in this one, and the Hulk on the outside. Van Hove getting the jump on the rest of the field. Van Lummel going to have the inside line. All right, so Van Hove going to be able to push Van Lummel out.
Bleasdale having a look on the inside and the exit, loses a bit of momentum. I wonder if Bleasdale's got a gear change problem. He said to me he'd missed a gear yesterday off the line, and looks like he has a great initial launch and then just struggles with the lateral as Bleasdale's so close to the wall at the bottom of the hill. But yeah, I think maybe he's got a gear selection problem that's hampering him. They had boost issues yesterday, solved that, then the car was over boosting later on. Learning this circuit, new to him this weekend.
The splits the Hulk into the Joker. Looks like having some problems there. Maybe hit that line. Look at that. Just lots of problems, losing a ton of time in the Joker.
Oh, Van Lommel sideways in the first corner.
Oh, Bleasdale with a spin, backing up.
Van Hove lost time lifting out the throttle to avoid collecting Ariane Van Lommel. Bleasdale back pointing in the correct direction, but having lost that bit of time, this is a fairly scruffy race for these guys.
All right, so 2 to go. We're going to get the run up down here into the Joker, and whoa, big slide, hits the wall. Major impact there for Van Hove.
Just dropped on the way in. Bleasdale's going to thread the needle to get between the stricken BMW and the wall on the side in the way into the Joker lap. 41.4 is the best lap for Van Lommel so far, which isn't troubling the best lap set by Wallach in the previous one.
Van Lommel just out on a Sunday drive now. Massive gap over the rest of the field.
Still has to set the best possible time though, doesn't she? To finish as high up the Q2 order as she can. Needs to maximise the Joker entry. That's made a little bit harder by having Van Hove's BMW on the entry. Van Hove really needs to get out of there just in case someone drops it on the downhill. Van Lommel drives for the line. She's going to stop the clock on a 2:15.0. 1.2 seconds off the best time so far.
So we're going to go back to the start here. Van Lommel had the inside line, was able to push Van Hove out a little wide. Hulk kind of looking in there, had a glimpse there at Bleasdale. As Hulk entered the Joker in this one, had some struggles in the Joker, lost a lot of time. Little tank slap coming out. Here's a spin by Bleasdale. Allowed the Hulk to get by. And here's the big contact there with Van Hove. Boom, right into the K-rail, knocked the car sideways. It's a heavy impact on the driver's door right on that corner. Saw Van Hove get out, so that is good to know that they are A-OK, but damage done as Arjen Van Lommel taking the victory. The Hulk in second, Bleasdale in third, and obviously as we see here, Van Hove not able to finish that one. All right, another group here on the line. This is Race 5, Heat 2, open two-wheel drive, Nayens, Nee, Bleasdale, Pearson, and Frosag. In this one, watch Frosag. Had some very good starts the last couple of weekends on that outside spot. As I say that, Frosag with a jump on the field. Don't know if he's going to be able to go around the outside, but he's going to try. Pinching over into Bleasdale. Bleasdale going to make contact there.
Bleasdale holding his own on the inside, side by side through the corner with Frosag, and they remain that way on the exit. Frosag's got the advantage though, running down the hill to turn 2. Johnny though, who's still in a hunt to finish in second or third in the championship at the end of today's proceedings, has the advantage at the moment.
You know, Ola Frosag, I mean, we saw it at Neeson, we've seen it this weekend. There's something going on. It gets just electric starts out. 680
brake horsepower probably helps a little bit, doesn't it, with the start procedure they've got going on in the Volvo. They've done a lot of work in that. Johnny dropped it on the outside.
Stayed in the gas, able to get back on and resume. Going to drop 2 or 3 spots in that one. And Ola Frosag starting in the 5th spot, now all the way up into the lead, but being hunted by Bleasdale.
Bleasdale looks to the outside. Jason had a massive crash yesterday with Mikkel Persson, ironically, who's also in this one. Before they even got to the first corner, big impact, lots of damage to both cars, which thankfully they've been able to repair overnight. I know Jason's pretty sore as well from the severity of the impact with the wall.
It looks like Johnny having a little trouble in the Joker there. Getting a little pressure there from Pearson. But right now, the battle is for the lead here. Last lap. Bleasdale going to try and make a run up here on Frosag.
Just got too sideways on the exit, didn't need to get a good enough run.
He's going to take a mistake here by Frosag for Bleasdale to be able to get by. They're going to have to enter the Joker at the same time. Bleasdale now just going to try and make it as tight as possible to maximize those points.
Bleasdale wide on the way in, manages to get the nose back to the wall on the inside. Johnny's run very deep, as if he was going to Joker again. Done the fastest lap of the race, has Johnny so far. It's not going to be enough though. Ola Frosag takes the race fixture. 2:13.1 is good enough to be the fastest time of the session so far as well.
Look here, look at that, Ola Frosag on the outside. Johnny getting a great start as well. Frosag cutting all the way over from the 5th spot. Just a great jump, and we've seen that all weekend long. That outside starting position is not necessarily the penalty it normally is at a lot of tracks, as Ola Frosag now looking to the inside there of Johnny, going side to side, banging doors with Bleasdale as Johnny dumps it into the sand, able to stay in it, resume on the track, only dropped about a position or two. Big mistake by him, almost battled back for a 2nd spot, but at the line it was Ola Frosag, followed by Jason Bleasdale.
Fastest so far with a 2:13.1. Interestingly, in Q1, Frosag was 10th on a 2:11.5, so the track's definitely slower at the moment, because the worst position that Frosag will end up now is 6th, given that this next race includes 5 of the best open 2-wheel drive machines and drivers in Europe.
Yeah, this one's going to be electric here. Heat 2, race 6, open 2-wheel drive. As Hallett said, 5 of the best in the business: Lucas Gabrielson, Victor Johansson, Steve Boulders, Christoph Becks, Peter McGarry. Championship has been decided. Oh, look at that, little bobble off the start for Johansson. You don't see that very often, but Gabrielson doing what Gabrielson does and jumps out front early.
McGarry and Boulders side by side on the way in. Beck sideways on the exit of the first corner. Contact door to door with Johansson, the outgoing champion, but McGarry's got an issue and they've both got around the Volkswagen Polo. Shame for the Irish driver. Up front though, Lucas Gabrielson with the pressure totally off his shoulders, having sealed the deal yesterday in terms of the championship. He is out front at the moment, as he was in Q1. Oh, Beck's wide, trying to get around the outside of Victor Johansson. That hasn't worked out at all for the Belgian star, who's stuck behind Johansson in the Joker section. 39.9 on the opening lap for Boulders.
We're going to get a look back here.
That's a replay of the opening lap, I think.
All right, so back up front, Gabrielson leading, Boulders in the 2nd spot. Boulders in lockstep with Gabrielson here. Both drivers still have to take the Joker with 2 to go. At some point you think Boulders might break. Yep, he breaks out. He's going to take the Joker.
Sorry, that was a half a replay and half a shot of McGarry, who's got going again into the Joker this time around for McGarry. That hasn't helped Becks at all, has it? Because McGarry was running between Johansson and Becks at the Joker exit. No such issues for Gabrielson. Johansson with the fastest lap now on a 39.9.
Johansson really needs a good push lap here, already having that Joker in the back. Gabrielson and Boulders on this last lap, our 2 leaders, going to have to take the Joker. Johansson, I think, has got enough to get around Boulders. I don't think enough for Gabrielson.
The Joker's slow at the moment as well. It's so wet in there. Look how dry it is here at the top of the hill. But in the Joker section, you can see there how dark it is. Boulders crossed up on the way in, gets it just past the barrier. Look how wet and slippery it is here. That's only going to dry quickly now as the sun beats down. And Gabrielson, though, takes the race win. 2:07.5 is the time. Absolutely smashes all of Frosag's best so far to win the session. 2 from 2 for your new champion. Great start by McGarry on the outside in the Polo, wasn't it?
It was a beautiful start, able to edge over and get a couple of spots. Got pushed to the outside though, starting on the outside, but Gabrielson getting the whole shot like he's done time in and time out this season. Then we had a battle here, Becks and Victor Johansson getting into it a bit. Beck sliding a little wide there. Looked like was committed early, and Victor kind of just slid over and kind of snaked the Joker. Great racecraft there by Victor Johansson.
Folders was super wide before going into the final couple of corners there in Gabrielson's wake. Gabrielson takes it though. Volders, Johansson, Bex and McGarry. Gabrielson will be quickest, Volders will be second, and Johansson will be third in the overall classification.
All right, moving on to Supercar Lights. This is heat number one. Roberts, Vittels, Lindquist, Darbick, and Larson. Lindquist and Darbick in that championship battle. Vittels stamping his way to Portugal. Oh, and Mads Larson not getting off the start. Going back to Vittels, though, as he leads us into this first corner. Well, big rotation there by Lindquist, trying to do it the hard way on the outside. Vittles bumping him just a hair.
Lindqvist did exactly that in Q1 and it worked out well. Larsen out of the car, so something clearly wrong there. Didn't even move, did he, when the lights changed? Darback sensible on the run up the hill, decided to cut back in and go for the inside.
Going to run down to the bottom here. Wonder if Lindqvist may take the Joker. Yep, he decides to. Going to get some separation there, see if he can battle back and scrape some of that time back here on the second, third lap. Desperately, mainly just wants to get around Darbic, who's in the points battle with.
Yeah, although there's not a lot Darback can do today, given that there's only 4 cars. He's a bit of a disaster for Lindqvist. It's still possible if Darback is to get maximum points, but Lindqvist needs to play a bit clever. Darback's cause not helped by Larsen not being able to affect the results in this one. Larsen ended up the winner yesterday after Vittles was black flagged from the final for that contact with Alexander Lindqvist, but Lindqvist in the sand trap. Vittles on a charge, sideways into the first corner into this final lap. Darback very sideways on the entry and the exit. Quite a lot of watering, which is totally fine for the Supercar Lights session because the time won't be affected against any of our races, with only being the one race in this category this weekend for the four-wheel drive single mate machines.
And you got Lindqvist now on the hunt with Darbic. Darbic, you have to take the Joker. Lindqvist will get by him as, a little squirrely there for Darbic, trying to get her shut down to actually not hit the barricade. So Lindqvist is going to take over that top spot, and Darbic going to struggle to get traction.
Something wrong for Darback. The car was all over the shop for the last lap and a half or so.
There's Mads Larsen not able to take the start there. Something happened right at the start line as Vittles and Lindqvist. See Lindqvist get really sideways on the outside of this one. Great looking corner, and Vittles just kind of slid up a little bit, closed the door, and nowhere for Lindqvist to go as Vittles then had quite the lead over Darbic in the second spot. And then on the last lap, Darbic struggling through the Joker. Lindqvist able to get back by. Darbic going to have to settle with third after ultimately Robert Vittles took home the top spot. All right, this is going to be open four-wheel drive heat number 2. This is race 1. Darbic, Clausen, and Bart Bell in this one. Bart Bell has been getting some great starts and struggling after that. We're going to see if we can put one together so far this weekend. Big slide up, almost like the same line Lindqvist took. Bart Bell going to drop a couple of spots there. Going to try and battle back up on the outside on the run-up.
Gets a good run out of the first corner, looks to the inside of his friend and paddock acquaintance, Clausen. They're part next to each other here in the paddock at the Estering, but Darback again using that confidence he's got in the car to throw into the first corner and take the lead.
All right, Darbic with an early rotation there, able to keep the door slammed on Clausen. Bart Bell struggling to make up the difference here as well. Big rotation from Tobias Darbic. Oh, spin by Bart Bell there.
See the confidence coming from a whole day of driving the FC2 here for Darback. Graduated this year, having been in Supercar Lights in the past.
So Clausen now going to look to the inside. Clausen now going to take the Joker. 2 laps remaining.
Right decision, I think, to get out of that battle when Bell's so far behind. Lots of nice clear air to drive in.
Yeah, we'll see if this one comes back for Clausen. Going to have a great push lap here.
37.4 was the time last time around for your race leader, Tobias Darback.
Darbic nice and tight through that section. Darby going to dive in, take the Joker on this last lap. Going to come through. Beautiful Joker for Tobias Darvik. Clausen going to have to settle for second. Bart Bell not even in the camera yet. And ultimately be third. There's Bart Bell. After that spin, just trying to get it to the finish line. All right, so Bart Bell had a jump on the field going into the first corner. Darvik battled back, though. As we look here at a big rotation by Darvik, who was getting chased by Clausen at the time. Bart Bell with a spin. That's what took him out of this one.
Must have had a mechanical because he went so slowly after that. One of it broke a drive shaft or something in the Ford Focus.
So results in open full drive, Q2 race 1. Darvik, Clausen, Bell, your finishing order. Another group of drivers, Q2 race 2. Oliver Eriksson, Emil Nason, Victor Christensen. Mandy August not able to make the start on this one. It's going to be a 3-car battle. 3 Swedes in this one. Ollie Eriksson looked like he get a little edge over Nason. Way to the outside is going to be Christensen.
Nason's got the inside of Eriksson in the middle of the first corner. Bit of contact between the two. Oh, Nason's all over the place going down the hill. Wonder if Eriksson's got an issue here, Jim, because he's dropped behind Victor Christensen as well. Nason's sending the FC2. They're side by side into the left-hander. You cannot go around the outside there. There just isn't the room.
I think we're going to see Ollie Eriksson take the Joker on this first lap, possibly. Oh, look at that. Christensen has contact almost. I couldn't quite see. We cut away from the angle there.
Christensen had closed right on the back of Nason, hadn't he? He carried all that speed in and really was left with no option but to go into the Joker. Nason lights up the throttle mid-corner on this second lap. Ollie Eriksson in chase, but he's some 1.3 seconds behind. Eriksson all over the shop. Definitely got something wrong with Eriksson's FC2. This is not what the champion-elect needs. It's a puncture, right gear puncture for Ollie Eriksson. I wonder if that's from contact in the opening corner. Damage limitation now, just trying to maximise the best time possible. He'll Joker this time around, I'm sure, just to get out of Christensen's way.
Is Ollie Eriksson going to drop the second spot back to Christensen with that puncture in the rear of the car? Nason going to continue to lead there. Big rotation. Look at that early turn in for Christensen.
Eriksson also sideways, leaning on the tyre he does have inflated on that side of the car. Great job from Ollie Eriksson here actually to hold on despite that tyre. This is the corner where he'll struggle most on the tarmac because the weight's all loaded up.
Just mitigating the time loss right now and doing a great job of that.
Emerson drives to the line. The time is a 2:02. Second slower than Darbeck went in the first race, so not enough to set the fastest time, but still a race win all the same.
All right, let's get a look at this contact in the first corner. Oliver Eriksson had the lead there, and little contact with Nason. No.
Yeah, I think maybe there was a rub. Difficult to say. It was so dusty there. Very difficult for us to call.
Very light if there was, and this is Christensen. Looked like didn't want to take the Joker, just came in so hot. Slid way wide and
survived.
Survived. Barely hung on to that one. So Nason took the victory. Oliver Eriksson third, Christensen in the second spot. Have another group of open four-wheel drive. It's going to be Heat 2, Race 3. So Open four-wheel drive Q2 race number 3 on the grid. So it's going to be Lucas Anderson, Mats Ohlman, Rene Munich, and Romet Cerna, some heavy hitters in this one. Mats Cerna coming off that maiden victory yesterday in FC2, as Mats Ohlman a victory as well. Oh, a little contact with Cerna into Lucas Anderson.
That's done some damage of some kind to Cerna's car, lost all the momentum on the exit. JC teammates Anderson and Ohlman went side by side and quite deep in the first corner, giving each other the racing room. Rene Munich didn't get the sign of start we'd seen yesterday, but starting third is tricky here, isn't it, if you don't get a much better launch than the rest of the field. Munich jokers at the first opportunity, Cerna going slowly in the background.
Rene Munich now through the joker. Big rotation from Lucas Anderson. I talked to him earlier today. Lucas was saying his track is very tricky for passing. He goes, if you're going to make a pass, it's either in the joker or turn 1. And he goes, after that, you just got to get as close as you possibly can to the other driver. There we go, Cerna, some kind of problem. He is out of this one.
36.8 for Anderson on the opening up. It's the fastest lap we've seen in this Q2 session for open four-wheel drive.
You got to give Mats Ohlman a lot of credit. Now slide in to take the joker right on the back of Anderson. See if Mats can come out ahead of Munich, who already jokered previously. It's going to be close here. Munich going to retake the second spot over Mats Ohlman. These two had a battle yesterday. Oh, Ohlman slips off, dumps it into the sand, able to regain.
Munich had a lot of speed in there. Ohlman might have got it done if he'd gone for the outside-inside, but just couldn't get the car stopped and rotated in time. Anderson under no real threat now, I don't think. 3.1 the gap.
Anderson sliding into the joker on this last lap. Going to have plenty of time to clear Rene Munich. So Anderson going to take the top spot in this one. It's going to be Munich and then Mats Ohlman. Mats Cerna, you see off in the distance after that contact on lap 1, having to pull off, was unable to finish.
Exactly what Lucas Anderson ordered. A 1:56.0 is 9/10 slower than the best time he set in Q1, but still right up there.
This was Lucas Anderson and Mats Ohlman.
What happens to Cerna here? That's the critical thing. Gets over-rotated. Gives Anderson quite a whack actually in the rear wheel, but clearly Cerna's got some damage. I think maybe it's probably broken a joint in the drive shaft or something of that order, and ground to a halt.
This is Mats Ohlman sliding off, staying in it though. Able to regain, not get trapped in the sand trap. So that one was quite eventful. Lucas Anderson walking away with top honors, and in Munich in the second spot. Mats Ohlman there in third, and after the contact, Romet Cerna not able to finish that one. Our victor yesterday is not what he wanted today, but we will see him in the next round of qualifying. go. All right, so we were under break here. We're going to be back here at 1 o'clock local time, or I guess, what do we call that? 1,300 hours? I'm American. We don't do that, Hal.
Yeah, 1 o'clock local in Germany, 12 o'clock if you're in the UK.
Yeah.
And, an hour earlier than us if you're in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, but we do have a special guest here, somebody that we'd like to introduce to our fans, somebody behind the scenes. You follow Rallyx. You probably don't know him, but you've seen his work, and it's his birthday, so I want to bring Sulan into the booth. We got a headset set up for our friend Sulan here. So this is the man behind Unfiltered. He is the editor and cameraman behind Unfiltered, but it's his 40th birthday, and he's spending it at Estering. So I wanted to bring you into the booth and tell you happy birthday.
What up,
we got
dudes?
we got some birthday balloons for Sulan. So
You crazy dogs.
there's no better way to spend your birthday than a racetrack. We thought we should do something. I got to give Colin and your girlfriend all the credit. Hal and I are just along for the ride. So
Yeah, no, she does a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Woke up with, oh my God, no way!
there you go.
Are you kidding me?
There's a Sulan through the years.
That's how we roll.
Yeah. And, I guess you look more tired generally than you do in these. These are all your highlights, aren't you? Normally you're absolutely exhausted from editing till 3 in the morning or something.
Definitely
horrible.
highlights. Like, geez, there was fucking day and night. So last night was my first night off in I don't know how many weeks. So it was good. Some Jaggers up here.
You deserve it.
Yeah,
Well, those of
thanks.
you at home, if you see a lot of the Unfiltered content, you see a lot of the Rallyx content, there's a good chance that he might be the man behind the camera or the editing. So just wanted to wish Sulan a very happy 40th birthday out here at
Thanks,
Estering.
boys.
And we'll
rock.
be back at 1 o'clock
Right.
local time.
Get back to work.
Yeah, back to work.
Right, we will be back very soon indeed as you see some highlights from qualifying so far here in the final round of Rallyx 2026. We'll be right back.
Welcome back here to Estering. We're here for round number 10 of the Rallyx Championship. We are crowning champions today. Moving on, we got Cross Car Junior. This is Heat 3, race number 1. Anton Mane in this one. Quinn Van Gorp, Emily Nason, and Eppo Mertens on the line, looking ready to do 3 laps. Looks like Nason got the jump and then hesitated there. Anton Mane in the 23 going to take the pack down into turn number 1.
Mane a bit out of position based on what we saw happen in Q2 with a bit of contact and kerfufflery. Back on it though in this one.
Yeah, Mane now with looks about 4 or 5 car lengths over Quinn Van Gorp in the 2nd spot. Nason, after the great jump, has dropped all the way back into 4th. Eppo Mertens now into the 3rd spot. Right now, the man on the move, Anton Mane, out front, already stretching a significant lead over Quinn Van Gorp. See if
The temperature is only increasing here, isn't it? It's getting super hot in the commentary position. Our producer, Calla, is swatting wasps like a cat just over from us in our desk. And yeah, the temperature's set to rise, and that's why we're finishing a bit earlier today. Still going to pack all the racing in, but the final will be done for the last of the classes as we see an overtake here, do we?
Yeah,
between Nason and Mertens.
Nason getting a run there.
So yeah, we're going to be done by 20 past 4 or something, I think, this afternoon.
Yeah, it's very early.
Early compared to usual.
I will tell you what, Estering is probably selling plenty of beer today.
Yeah. There's a full crowd, isn't there? It's packed up in the grandstand. You can see to the right hand side. We've got all the vendors as well. As you say, the taps are flowing. I've got a nice cup of tea actually.
Yeah.
Not something the Swedes are particularly good at, so you normally have to go and find someone from more closer to home to get a good cup of tea around here.
So
if you want a good coffee, you go and see it. Well, that's up for debate as well, because Sebastian Loeb only ever used to bring his own coffee machine when he drove for the Hansen squad because he didn't like Swedish coffee. But Swedish coffee's good.
I will say anything on this side of the Atlantic is much better than American coffee. I will give anybody in Europe, UK, you guys all the credit. Your coffee trumps America's.
You say that about most things, Jim. I think you might be being converted. You'll be living in Amsterdam before you know it. Anton Mane takes the first race victory in Cross Car Junior.
Well, I'm quite fond of London as well, so. Gorp there getting a little slidey. Looks like Nason going to take that 3rd spot. Mertens going to settle for 4th. It was all Anton Mane in this one. Emily Nason had kind of a jump right out of the get-go and then struggled after that as we get a look back here at some of the highlights. But it was Anton Mane, the driver of the day in this one. So Mane with a 10-second gap back to Quinn Van Gorp. Emily Nason there in 3rd, Eppo Mertens, and it's as Hal had mentioned, Anton Mane kind of in the wrong grouping in this one for some various reasons. So going to see him continue to push forward. This one, another group of really strong contingent here with Lapate, Tovio, Kangasaho, and Ramakers in this one. Tovio and Kangasaho have both been very, very strong as of late. Looking for the all-go signal. So our starter has checked on everybody. That means it is go time. This is going to be Junior Cross Car Heat 3, Race 2. Lapate, Tovio, Kangasaho, and Ramakers in this one. Looked like the edge went to Kangasaho. Tovio, though, going to try and make it racy. Can Kangasaho close the door? Looks like Tovio's going to have the line going in. Kangasaho going to try and cut over. They're going to be side by side on the run up and down. Oh, no, looks like Kangasaho edged out Tovio.
Close in turn 1. Kangasaho getting the job done though. Here the Revenant was just popping on the way down the hill, fastest part of the track. Tovio waiting in the wings. Very little to choose between these young Finns. Kangasaho backing it in to turn 5. Ramakers in the background, I think, has gone Joker.
Yeah, that was Ramakers into the Joker. So at least 3 drivers yet to take the Joker. You got Kangasaho, Tovio, and Lapate in this one. Lapate in the Lightning McQueen theme, number 95. Getting losing a little traction there in that corner. Dropped a few meters back to Tovio. Tovio going to have work cut out for him trying to get around Kangasaho.
Tovio came in there looking like he was going to Joker and did do that, but actually lost a bit of time, I think, because Kangasaho got so set up for the penultimate corner. Tovio exit up the hill side by side with Lapotti. Checks up early. You saw immediately that Tovio got on the brakes. He's going to look back up the inside. Oh! Contact between the pair.
That is not what Tovio wanted. Knew they'd get back around Lapate on the next lap because Lapate yet to take the Joker, but Lapate almost over-rotated the contact there. It's going to basically eliminate Tovio from a chance at the victory. Kangasaho now going to Joker. Lapate going to have to follow in, so Tovio will have some clean air for a couple corners. That's our leader, Kangasaho, in. Plenty of time. Going to come through the Joker clean. Lapate in as well. So Kangasaho going to take the victory here, and it is going to be Tovio over Lapate for the second spot.
And the best time by some 3 seconds. Good job by Kangasaho, and it was so important from the 3rd slot to get the best start, wasn't it? Around the outside. Lapotti coming in hot in the first corner, but Kangasaho did a great job of shutting the door there on Tovio enough to kind of force the issue and then still give the room through the middle part of the corner.
Here was that move there where Lapate got a little sideways and collected Tovio for an instant, and it was enough that it cost Tovio a chance at the victory to get around Kangasaho. So it was Kangasaho with the top spot, Tovio, Lapate, and Ramakers. Your running order at the finish. Crosscar Junior Q3 race number 2. Means we're moving to Crosscar Junior Q3 race 3. Another 3 laps, another 4 drivers. Alex Antilla, Karen Schnack, Jarno van Glabik, and Joanna Yalame in this one. Alex Antilla has been very strong this weekend.
This season in this fight for the top second place, well, the top 2, the top 3 finishing positions in the championship. Clearly didn't have a good run in Q2 to be so far down the order. But Antilla, 6th in Q2. Actually, it's an indication as to how well Yulalami, Schnack and Van Glabik did, that they're so high up relative to Antilla, so good job by all of those drivers. Look at Antilla's class here on the back of Van Glabik. Goes to the outside and gets the job done. Thought he was going Joker, tucked back in again. Brilliant move.
It was a beautiful pass, and probably had Van Glabik thinking he was going for the Joker. Didn't. Beautiful bit of racecraft there. Now is Alex Antilla going to try and claw back a lot of time here. None of the drivers yet to take the Joker. You're going to think somebody's probably going to break out and do it this lap.
I think Van Glabik goes with Antilla here. That's the sensible thing to do because Antilla is clearly quicker. And if anything, by being behind one of the championship front drivers, you get dragged along a little bit, don't you?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think there's any getting around Alex Antilla at this point, so better to fall in. And yeah, we do have somebody breaking there. That's Yalame going to take the Joker. See if that comes back and possible a chance to get around Schnack on this final lap. Right now, Antilla's starting to stretch the gap and Van Glabik. Now Van Glabik going to have hands full with Schnack. Schnack trying to get a run up on Van Glabik down this long straightaway into this tight corner. Going to be hard to get around though with both drivers yet to take the Joker. Alex Antilla with about 5-6 car lengths back to Van Glabik. Leader goes into the Joker, second, third following. It's going to be single file through the Joker. Big gap from Antilla back to Van Glabik. Alex Antilla taking the victory, Van Glabik second. Schnack third, Yalame off pace a bit, going to have to settle for fourth.
Fastest time for Alex Antila by the tune of half a second over Oni Kangasaho in the previous one. Good job by Antila, but you suspect that time could be beaten in the next race, given that if nothing else, Antila had to go around the outside of Van Glabik there to move into the lead.
It's a beautiful spot. We haven't seen many passes in.
Yeah, who told you it was impossible to overtake?
Yeah, that was Lucas Anderson. We'll put him on the spot.
Show him that. Say, come on, mate, do better.
Crosscar Junior Q3 Race 3. Antila, Van Glabik, Schnack, and Yalame in this one. That was your results. So we got another group here. This one is loaded up for Crosscar Junior. Pim Klaassen, Ivari Manisto, Isak Setra, Petermaki, and Huka. Pim Klaassen's had some wicked good starts this weekend and very strong, winning yesterday.
Isak Setra and Klaassen go wheel to wheel in the first corner. Huka's been forced out to the barrier on the outside by, I think it was Isak Setra there on the outside. Manisto has come out on top out of turn one. Perimaki looks to shut the door on Klaassen, decides better of it. Huka survives that incident in turn one. These are 5 of the fastest drivers in the field this weekend and all season, in fairness, when they've shown up at different times. Manisto obviously crowned the champion yesterday. And there's going to be contact in the Joker between Isak Setra and Huka.
That's going to cost both drivers an immense amount of time. Not what either of them wanted. Isak Setra going to get the better of Huka, but contact there.
Half spin for Klaassen on the exit of the first corner.
Collecting Perimaki in that one. So Perimaki now going to take over the second spot. Klaassen back to third. Manisto clean air out front.
This is all playing into the hands of Alex Antila though. Currently sitting top of the timesheets. If they start keep fighting and getting that time loss as a penalty for all that battering on track, the fastest times generally come from the cleanest runs. And Klaassen's followed Perimaki into the Joker as well. Not what Klaassen would have wanted at all there.
So Perimaki going to come out on front. Huka's not going to have a shot at things. Coming in a little hot. Going to try and run the outside line. Nothing going to be there. So Manisto's still leading. Going to have to Joker this time by this Perimaki, Klaassen, Isak Setra, and Huka.
Klaassen around the outside of Perimaki. Great move from the young Dutch driver. A lot of speed in that Peters cross car down the straight, helping him out.
Perimaki now going to try and look to see if there's a possible opportunity here. No, Perimaki going to have to settle for third in this one as our points champion Manisto taking the top spot here. We'll see if it's enough to take over Alex Antila.
I wonder if Pim Klaassen had an issue towards the end there because they're all bunching up behind the Peters machine.
All right, here's that contact in the first corner. That is Huka in the mix. Manisto leading. Once Manisto got out front, it was game over for the rest of it. That was Isak Setra and Huka getting into it. Now that was Perimaki getting spun around there. Nice pass there, but it was all Manisto in this one, taking home that top spot as the rest of the group races to the line, all very evenly matched. So results going to be Manisto and Klaassen 1 and 2, Isak Setra and Petermaki 3 and 4, and Jerry Huka going to settle for that 5th spot. Very evenly grouped set of drivers. That 2:12.776 is going to be enough to put Manisto on top. Alex Antila in the second spot, Pim Klaassen, Isak Setra, and Huka. Going to be the way they stack up there, Isak Setra and Huka.
Mane just getting a spot in the semi-finals. Yulalami, Ramakers, Van Gorp will miss out. and Glabik also with that run making it through. Super close between Tovio in 8th, Mane down in 12th.
Well, we've got Cross Car Junior done, means we're going to move up to Cross Car. This is Heat 3, race number 1. Ministo, Vizinton, Cesales, and Tree in this one. Got the sign. We're getting ready to go racing in this one. 3 laps.
Great start for Vetlatry on the outside, exactly what the Norwegian needed after having a DNF in Q2. Gets it stopped nice and canny in the first corner, avoids the wet on the outside, perfect for Vetlatry, the JC Race Technic driver, who will be in the slowest of the conditions now, Jim, and it's just all about hitting your marks, maximising what you can from this. You're almost certainly not going to set the fastest time. It's just about doing the best you possibly can. Currently 10th in the intermediate, having been 4th in Q1, so well inside the semis, but we'll want the best possible result from this one to climb back up the order.
Yeah, and with them doing all the maintenance, the track's going to be a little bit wetter, not quite as quick as it will be later on for some of the other sessions in cross cars. So you just got to mitigate what you can, and like you said, just claw away at that time at Vetteltree there with a 39.214. We'll see if that one, oh, we got a little bit of a spin there, back further in the pack. I believe that was Vizinton. Got a shot there at Ministo in the 131, coming down into this tight corner. Getting a lot of speed, a little bit of a speed wobble there. Zali's trying to get into this one in the 3rd spot, but right now Vetteltree, big gap on the rest of the field, keeping it nice and tight around that corner. That's going to be Cesales jumping in, taking the joker on this one. Gonna have Islington in the Joker as well. So third and fourth now, electing to take the Joker. Out front though, it is Tree, followed by Ministo.
Tree just taken half a second off his previous best lap, so absolutely flying. Was quick in free practice this morning. Obviously quick in Q1, lost out in Q2 with that mistake. The track's drying quickly, Jim, as well, in fairness. Look, it's pretty dry over the top there. If anything, the water sometimes just binds the loose together a little bit. Into the Joker for Vettel Tree on this final lap. Lovely rotation in the middle part of the Joker. He's going to drive up the hill. The time is going to be a 2:02.6. Now, for reference, it was a 1:59.2 fastest in Q2 for Jonathan Yillalami. Where would a 2:02 have been? A 2:01 would have been 7th, so competitive in cross kart. 2:01 would have been 9th. 2:02 dead would have been 10th. Yeah, so the times could tumble a lot yet.
Especially as things start to dry out, but Vettel Tree doing what they could. There was a little contact there with Zallies in the back. Vettel Tree with a beautiful Joker. Ministo in the second spot. So results, Vettel Tree, Ministo, Zallies, and Visinton. See how that 2:02.6 stands up as we got a few more races in Q3 for CrossCar. Next group on the line, this is Q3 race 2 for CrossCar. Ottink, Schnack, Bex, and Bomanis in this one. Pretty evenly matched off the line for all four drivers. Means Ottink on the inside is going to have the advantage. Oh, big rotation by Bex.
Bex into the rear,
Look
Schnack
at that.
now up the inside of Ottink. Great move by Bex, being coached by Koba Pals this weekend. Part of Koba's prodigy. Koba now driving for Aston Martin in GT racing. Does a bit of rallycross now and again as well because it's so terribly addictive. Nathan Ottink though, who was one of the stars of the four-wheel drive AM category last year in the Ford Focus that Bart Bell's driving this weekend, just not going his own way in that opening corner.
So Bex now getting a little bit of pressure from Ottink. Of that brilliant move on the first lap in the first corner. Got the rotation early. Bex kind of slid in and was able to take over that second spot. Schnack out front and having a beautiful run though. As Bex hands full with Ottink. Lots of pressure being applied by Ottink now. Sliding way outside. Oh, didn't look like he wanted to take the Joker. Getting forced in wide. Little clip there on the embankment. Gonna get the rotation done. Man, that's gonna cost Ottink some time.
So loose on the outside, isn't it? You can see that clean line coming down the hill, and if you get slightly offline, it's just all the dust and the dirt pushed out there by the other cars.
So Carl Schnack out front, got that clean air early and hasn't really looked back. Beck's trying to battle back into things. Both drivers gonna have to take the Joker this time by. It's probably gonna end up Schnack and then Beck, so we're gonna see. We have here, but yes, it is gonna be Schnack. Beautiful Joker there coming out clean. Beck's coming out clean as well. So it's gonna be Schnack, Bex, Bomanis, and Ottink. Running order at the stripe. Gonna get a look at some highlights. Be watching Dan Bex in this one. Got the rotation early, ducked in, was able to make the pass on the inside. Just a beautiful corner there. Everybody pushed wide. Dan Bex just able to slide in and take it. That was the 17 there of Ottink getting forced into the Joker. Coming in a little hot, hit that embankment. No real damage to the car. There's Carl Schnack with the top spot. Dan Bex, Jonas Bomanis, and Nathan Ottink how they finished in this one. This is going to be cross-car Q3 race 3. Big entry list in this one. Thomas Ekmerstad, Carl Svedlin, Rico Huka, and Sibam Rosemom in this one.
Good start for Huka from P3. Svedlin drops back. Will have the inside though. Merstad's going deep. Svedlin looks to the inside of Huka. Through the shadows in turn 1, side by side, Svedlin and Huka in the 2 speed car wonders. Down the hill. Huka's got the run though.
Huka protecting the inside, get a little pressure there from Carl Svedlin. Thomas Ekmerstad needs to continue to be out front as they lift the wheel coming down into this section. Big slide there by Ekmerstad, keeping it nice and tight. It's going to be Sibam Rosemom into the Joker. Ekmerstad continuing to lead out here, 2 to go.
This is a massive shame for Carl Svedlin that his championship hopes are just unravelling in this last couple of weekends through largely no fault of his own. It's just how circumstances played out. Being the star of the field through almost all of the cross-car season, but if there's any hope of him winning the title this afternoon, he's got to finish higher than Ekmerstad and Espinese, etc. in qualifying at the moment. Both of the Norwegians are ahead.
All right, so we've got Huka there into the Joker, as well as Carl Svedlin, so they're going to get the Joker done. Svedlin going to get around Sibam Rosemom.
Rosemom closing on the rear of Svedlin. It was Rosemom, Svedlin and Vettel Tree that all got tied together in the first corner yesterday in the semi-finals. Rosemom backing it here behind Svedlin. Svedlin's so good on the brakes. The reigning and outgoing junior champion, now that Lavari Manisto has claimed the junior title yesterday. Into the Joker though goes Thomas Ekmerstad. Beautiful Joker from Ekmerstad, the reigning champion in cross car. Crosses the line on a 1:59.6. That's the best time by quite some margin. Track still drying, haven't been watered before the session, Jim, and Ekmerstad making the most of it.
Here's a look at that start. Ekmerstad on the bottom was able to get the whole shot. Pretty evenly matched out of the gate, but Thomas Ekmerstad with the inside line able to protect and run away with things. And at the finish, it was Thomas Ekmerstad doing exactly what he needs to do to factor into this championship later on today that we will determine. Riga Huka in second, Svedlin trying to get back into things, just not going his way the last couple of weekends. Charlie Sibam Rosemom settling for 4th. Brings us to our next grouping here in cross car. This is race number 4, Q3. Jonathan Yalame in this one, Espinese, etc. Jerry Van Hoof, Axel Schneck.
He's etc. well in this title fight. Svedlin is now out of it, to be honest, because Ekmerstad currently sits top of the order in Q3. Great start for Yalame on the inside. He's etc.'s with him though. He's etc. into the rear of Yalame, trying to fend off Van Hoof as well.
Beautiful shot as these 4 cross cars run down in here to this tight corner. Coming out of that high-speed section, going to get into the brakes. Drifted around, going to make a run down the backstretch. Espinese, etc. leading. Yalame in the second spot. And we're going to have, that looks like Van Hoof going to break rank and go to the Joker early on the first lap. Nothing to lose there when you're running in 4th with everybody tightly matched. Good use of the Joker. Oh, that was Schnack that took the Joker. My apologies, that was Schnack. Both cars white. Going back up front, Jonathan Yalame and Espinese, etc. etc. winner a weekend ago.
Yalama's had such turbulent form in Rallyx this year, but he's driving beautifully today. Quickest in Q2 in the front of this one. Setting fastest laps, 37.5 last time around. 38.1 on that occasion, so lost half a second to his own best.
We're going to run down here. Looking like a little bit of wobble there from Etc. That right front does look like it's got a wobble at times. Jalame now jumping into the Joker. Etc. going to do the same. Jalame going to take this heat. Etc. second. It's going to be Van Hoof and then Schnack.
Not enough to take the fastest time there with 59.7. Loses out to Eek Merstad in the overall Q3 rankings by a second.
A little contact there in that first corner.
A tenth of a second on a 59.7. It was a 59.6 for Eek Merstad.
Jalame on top of the leaderboard for race 4. Espinix is Cetra second. Van Hoof and Schnack running order. And now all sights are on Thomas Eek Merstad.
Intermediate classification then for cross car, Espinese, etc. And Thomas Eek Merstad, your two title protagonists. How does it always end up like this, that the two of them are going to fight for the title this afternoon, and they're separated by just a point in qualifying as well? 16 points to Ease, etc. 15 points for Thomas Eek Merstad. That could prove critical come the end of the day and the season. Beth Latry recovered to be 9th, look. But going home early will be Manisto, Sales and Vizintin. The top 12 progress through to the knockout semi-finals, which will take place pretty soon, to be fair. We've got the rest of Q3 to get on with, and then we'll go straight into the semi-finals.
All right, we're getting ready to go here with two-wheel drive open heat 3, race number 1. Aerts, Bleasdale, Verbuchten, Van Hove in this.
Van Hove comes straight across from having made the best start from 4th slot. Comes to the inside to cover off the position. Darren Bleasdale and Dan Aerts getting into it.
A little squirrely there for the 666 of Dan Aerts. Able to get it collected. Bleasdale keeping it nice and tight around that second corner. Going to run down the backstretch here. Bleasdale looking very fast down this backstretch, narrowing the gap there on our leader Van Hove. Looks like our two leaders starting to stretch just a bit over Dan Aerts in the 3rd spot. Bleasdale, looked like it missed a shift again in that corner. I think we saw that yesterday as well. Dropped a couple of spots back there, or a couple of car links back, to Van Hove. Now able to jump right back into things. Bleasdale with the fastest lap. Last time by. It's definitely quicker than our lead car. Just trying to find a way to get around. 2 laps to go. Bleasdale going to jump in, take the Joker, try and get a little separation, try and charge on this lap. Got Aerts into the Joker as well. So now Bleasdale's going to have an entire lap to push, try and claw back that time to have a shot at Van Hove. Oh, look at that. We've got Aerts with a problem there in the Joker. That's going to help out Bleasdale because Van Hove's got the Joker and Van Hove's going to have to deal with the traffic inside the Joker lane.
Just offline though, isn't it? So I think it'll probably be okay. Obviously not ideal. That's what the spotter is critical for, is giving that sort of information. Top 18 go through to the semi-finals this afternoon. Darren Bleasdale currently 19th, so he'll be very keen indeed to have a good conclusion to his race here after a turbulent couple of weekends, it has to be said. It's going to be a race to the line. Oh, Bleasdale's going to take it, and that, in fairness, could be enough to get him into the semi-finals. Van Hove was on 49 qualifying points in 20th. Bleasdale was on 51 in 19th, and now it really depends what happens further up the order as we go through these Q3 races to find out whether he will indeed make it into the semi-finals.
He's get a shot there at the finish. Bleasdale just edging out Van Hove for the top spot by 0.3 of a second. Fabian Verbucht settling for 3rd. Dan Aerts obviously saw in the Joker line the mechanical issue, waiting to get things cleaned up. All right, we're getting ready to go here. Open two-wheel drive. This is going to be Heat 3, Race 2. Got Geenen, Verhoeven, Aliwinski, and England in this one. Verhoeven with a nice jump on the field. Geenen's had some good starts. Looks like door open on Geenen's car. That's going to be an issue here. Driver's side door flying open. Verhoeven with a big gap over the rest of the field.
It would have been a bigger issue had someone been on the outside of Tom Geenen and tried to rub panels and torn the door off. Oh wow. Tobias Starback has just brought a fan into the studio. That is brilliant. It's on number 1 at the moment. I'm going to turn it up to number 2. Oh yeah, here you go, Jim. It is very warm here at the Estering this afternoon.
It definitely is a warm day.
Hopefully they don't want that back. England goes wide into the Joker section, gets it nicely turned in to the alternative extra route.
You know, hot days like this when we're in the States and we're covering off-road races, a lot of the teams bring inflatable pools into the paddock, and you'll see the teams all sitting in pools during the heat.
You see that here as well. It's just not quite so frequent. And you definitely wouldn't want to get in one, would you, after a whole load of oily mechanics have been in there?
Oh, but nothing a shot of penicillin wouldn't cure. Verhoeven out front, Geenen in the second spot. Geenen now getting some pressure. It's going to be Aliwinski into the Joker there with 2 to go. So taking the Joker a little bit early, going to try and get a little separation from Geenen and fight back. Geenen now trying to narrow the gap to Verhoeven, which is really hard to do in this heat. Verhoeven been better part of perfect through 2 laps so far. Run down here into this tight corner. Verhoeven, beautiful turn there on this last lap. Geenen just not able to get any kind of an edge. Now Geenen going to have to watch for Aliwinski as Verhoeven lifting the wheel around this one. I think Geenen's got enough to clear Aliwinski, but we'll see. Geenen kind of struggling there in the dust. Aliwinski as well. I think Geenen's going to have the field cleared by a margin. So it's going to be Verhoeven at the line. Geenen, Aliwinski, and England.
Verhoeven beats the time set by Darren Bleasdale. Tom Geenen doesn't though, so Darren Bleasdale still second in Q3 as things stand in that battle to make it through to the semi-finals. And as I say that, Darren Bleasdale is loitered behind us on his little paddock scooter, clearly wanting to have an assess of what's going on.
Roll Verhoeven taking the open two-wheel drive Q3 Race 2 victory. Geenen, Aliwinski, and England. Your running order at the finish. Bringing us to another grouping here of open two-wheel drive. This is going to be Vestergaard, Verkugen, Bosmans, and Liskowicz, also known as the Hulk, in the 4 spot. You see those drivers, you know, and I think what happened in the last one with Geenen was the door was open to keep that airflow going, and we went green and just forgot to close the door.
Happens to the best of us.
It's going to be Verkugen at the jump, but it's going to be Vestergaard that takes us into the first. Oh, that was the Hulk getting into it with.
Bosmans has spun on the way up the hill into the first corner. I don't think there'll be significant damage there, and hopefully Bosman, does indeed get going. We can see from that high camera shot. Even higher camera shot from the drone in the run down the hill. Transmission chattering on Vestergaard's Opel Manta. I love that noise. And an Opel Manta. And a BMW E46 actually. E36 is less my thing, I have to say, but still quite cool. And it's always entertaining when people first come to watch Rallycross and they see open two-wheel drive or Super National, it's called, Super Modified in some countries, and they see these big Volvos or Mercedes or BMWs. They're like, how does that work? But they just do, don't they? As
a little contact there with the Hulk and Verkugen.
Verkugen getting stuck into it with the Hulk, as you say. Such is the size of the field in open two-wheel drive here that we're in the 3rd race. There's a pre-grid full of cars behind us, and Lucas Gabrielsen, the new champion and leader today, is just potted into the pre-grid behind us. So it shows how just stacked this field is.
Oh, look at that contact. I would have thought the Hulk would have jokered that time by. Oh, into the wall. That's going to be...
Broken the front left suspension. That'll be a delay after this one to get that scooped up. Scruffy, and I think you're completely right, Jim. Really ought to have Joker to get out of that traffic and out of that fight to maximise the race time as best as possible.
Right now, Vestergaard leading this thing from the drop of the green flag, and a massive gap back there to Verkernigan. Got a shot there of Bosman's in the mix as well, already taking the Joker kind of out of this one, though. Going to take a mistake by Vestergaard here as he enters the Joker on this last lap. Nice little rotation for Vestergaard, tiptoeing through. Vestergaard going to take this one. Verkernigan second. Bosman's going to hold on for third. Hulk, you see him in the distance, broken. So here's a look at the start.
See what happened between Bosman's and Liskovic.
Looks like the Hulk kind of turned into Bosman's, didn't have him cleared and just kind of cut over.
Yeah, need to see that from a different angle, really, if that was possible. Then it was Verhoeven. Verkernigan and the Hulk getting into it. This is the Hulk looking at, okay, the Hulk couldn't have jokered at that stage because he was on the inside. Didn't realise quite how inside Verkernigan he was, and then obviously applied a whole load of left-hand lock to try and make it in and clip the wall and broke the front wheel.
So the way they stack up in this one, Erling Vestergaard, top honors. Verkernigan in second, Bosman's there third. The Hulk not able to finish that one with a broken damage to the front. right, we got another group here in two-wheel drive open. This is Heat 3, Race 4. Emil Hammer, Freak Hendricks, Mikhail Pearson, and Nick Nayens. Nayens going to get a jump there on the outside, but Pearson going to lead him into turn number 1.
Hammer and Nayens getting into it in the first corner.
Oh, getting pushed way wide there was Nick Nayens.
The delay, as you will have seen, was because the Hulk's BMW ripped the front wheel off, dumped a whole load of oil over the track in the final corner, which is also just after the start line. So the very efficient marshals here at the Estering and the track prep team doing their best to clean that up so as not to compromise anyone in this session.
So Pearson going to lead us through this one.
Oh, and you can see where that oil is. Pearson getting sideways through the final corner, losing that bit of traction. Nayens looks to the inside, nothing doing there because everyone's hugging the wall.
Going to make it nice and tight on this run out of turn number 1. Down this front stretch. Looks like Pearson got the front fender starting to flap just a bit. Emil Hammer a little out of shape coming out of that corner, able to collect things. Now getting a lot of pressure there from Nick Nayens in the third spot. Nayens going to jump in and take the Joker. Yes, Nick Nayens going to jump in and take the Joker, followed by Hendricks.
You can see that attitude in the car, can't you, from quite a long way back when someone's trying to execute it and lose the minimum time.
So Pearson and Hammer 1 and 2.
Pearson's car is looking pretty beaten up, isn't it, after that big contact yesterday with Bleasdale and the wall in the run to the first corner.
Hammer all over the back of Pearson. Needs to do that. Got to be able to cover Nayens. It's in the third spot. It's going to be close. Nayens very quick. Pearson actually holding up Hammer. I think Nayens may have a shot at this depending on how it comes out. Nayens going to be on it. Oh, that is going to be close.
The time though, a 2:12.7 isn't good enough to beat Verhoeven. Pearson will just slot in ahead of Darren Bleasdale, but Hammer won't. So Bleasdale still third at the moment.
Here's that final lap. This is Nick Nayens going to get a run off. Had a shot. It was going to be Pearson, and then a photo finish at the line, and it's just going to be briefly Hammer edging out Nick Nayens by, it looks like 5/100ths of a second.
Good run for Pearson, given what shape that car was in yesterday. Fair play to that team and many of the teams for getting their cars fixed overnight.
Another group here, this Q3 Race 5 open two-wheel drive. Wallach, Bleasdale, Neve, Van Level, McGarry. There's Jason Bleasdale in this one. And speaking of Jason Bleasdale, going to get the whole shot. McGarry going to be on the outside though.
Wallach having a look up the inside as well. Van Lommel in the mix too. It's Johnny, the series regular, that's lost out in the run out of the first corner. There's cars everywhere. Knee's gone to the inside of Van Lommel. McGarry's also been passed by Wallach. McGarry had an electrical issue in Q2 where the car just cut out, and when I went over they couldn't find a reason for that happening. McGarry wide at the top of the hill. Wonder if people are lifting a little bit there, Jim, because of the dust just hanging at the end of the loose. Won't be surprised if they water in a couple of laps' time ahead of supercar lights. Bleasdale under pressure from Slavomir Wallach. These two have raced each other many times within the British Rallycross Championship.
Bleasdale just looks fast coming down that.
McGarry wide down the hill, onto the loose dirt on the inside. Wallach all over the back of Bleasdale. Johnny, meanwhile, is on the back of Peter McGarry.
Bleasdale into the brakes. That dust really starting to loom in there. All the water they put on this track just ends up going away.
McGarry wide on the way into the Joker, and then couldn't quite maximise the entry, lost out.
Very slow Joker for McGarry. That's going to drop him back in the rankings. We'll see if he's even able to get a shot at clearing knee on this next time. Bleasdale continuing to lead here on the last lap, followed by Wallach and knee. Are they going to make the run down here to the Joker? See the top three. They have to Joker this time by McGarry. We're going to see if he's able to make a run on at least Johnny in the third spot. I don't think he's going to have enough. It is going to be Bleasdale and Wallach.
Bleasdale cautious into the Joker. Wallach's got more pace at the moment. Good drive out of that middle part though. McGarry again slow over the loose. Bleasdale's going to take it. 2:08.7 is the fastest time so far by some margin. Wallach also goes to the top of the order. Mean with a 12.7 won't beat Verhoeven. That was a great run earlier on from Verhoeven, wasn't it?
And it's just a beautiful start here for Bleasdale. And McGarry on the outside challenged early, but once we got through turn number 1, Bleasdale sealed off the rest of the field, and Wallach, who slotted into the second spot, just couldn't get around Bleasdale. And they went all the way to the stripe, all the way through the Joker at the finish, and it was just all Jason Bleasdale in that one. So Jason Bleasdale moving up towards the top of the rankings. Wallach, Johnny, McGarry, and Arian Van Lummel, your running order at the finish.
All of those drivers, I think, will make it into the semi-finals, as will Verhoeven, who's currently top of the order. Darren Bleasdale should comfortably be in as well with that run earlier on, but this is all about the fight for the front row spots in the semi-finals later on this afternoon.
Two-wheel drive open, heat 3, race 6, Gabrielson, Boulders, Johansson, Bex, and Frosag.
Gabrielson runs wide to open up the entry into the first corners. Johansson, the outgoing champion, forced wide in turn 1, gets a clout in the side from Bex. Boulders under pressure now from Victor Johansson, who's coming fast down the hill on the outside of the BMW. You can't get around the outside there, Jim, especially at this stage of the weekend. Look how much loose dirt there is on the outside of that corner. Lucas Gabrielson, though, he's driven clever in the last couple of weekends, hasn't he, knowing he needed to bag the points, and now he's just lit the touch brake and gone, right, now I'm going to show you what I can really do, because he's been so fast this year, dominating qualifying at the moment in the little Starlet. Bex all over the back.
Bex has been very fast this weekend as well.
Really pressuring the rear of Victor Johansson.
Oh, a little contact there, the right rear of Johansson with the left front of Bex. Johansson going to get the best of Bex on that one. As you said, Gabrielson, gloves are off now, just throwing down blistering fast lap times out here at the Estering.
39.4, fastest lap of the session for Gabrielson. Boulders 2 in the 39s with a 39.8. Oh, shame for Bex. Oh, Bex changes his mind.
Big spin for
Disaster.
Bex.
Starts it out with a donut. Does Christoph Bex, but didn't want to follow Victor Johansson into the Joker. Tried to change his mind and dropped it. Still going to come out ahead of Ola Frosag, who's had issues of his own, the Norwegian.
Oh, not what Christoph Bex needed in that one. As you said, smartly stayed in and got the rotation. But Gabrielson now leading with a lot of pressure from Boulders. You got to give Boulders some credit here, hanging tight with a champion of 2026.
Gabrielson lost a lot on this lap, because on the previous lap, Gabrielson was a bit quicker than Boulders again. I wonder if Gabrielson's picked up a problem because Boulders is piling the pressure on. They're both going to finish comfortably ahead of Victor Johansson.
So it's Gabrielson and Boulders 1 and 2. Victor Johansson there into the third spot. Time-wise, Victor Johansson not going to be real happy with that finish.
Gabrielson, though, top of the pile on a 2:06.3. That's a clean sweep of qualifying for the new champion. Boulders also will slot into P2.
There's Gabrielson on the bottom. Johansson drifting out wide, avoiding the traffic. Bex there with a little bump and run on Johansson, not able to capitalize on it. Boulders there in the second spot, getting some pressure there.
He did the
Victor
bump,
Johansson.
he just didn't get the run done.
That's exactly it.
Oh, clipped the wall there on the inside as well. That was a scruffy run for Bex, who is so quick. Got it, clipped the wall, but still got a great run. Turned out a bit to try and get off the curb, but also to stop ramming Victor Johansson. And this is where Bex goes, oh no, I don't want to choke, I don't want to follow you in. Oh no, I've dropped it. It can't have been in first gear at that stage. It must have been in second. Smacked it down a cog, lit the rear wheels up, went into the Joker anyway. Didn't actually lose that much time, because only finished 4 seconds behind Johansson come the end. There is Bex in the background. So good damage limitation for the Belgian.
So Lucas Gabrielson moving up to the top of the leaderboards with that 206.398. Volders second, Victor Johansson third, Christoph Bex and Olaf Rosag. Your running order at the end of Q3, race number 6.
Gabrielson takes a clean sweep of qualifying then. Steve Volders, Victor Hansen, Jason Bleasdale, Johnny and Christoph Bex at the bottom of the order. Verhoeven's in, Van Lommel's in, Darren Bleasdale is in as well. I wonder if we've got a second page on that graphic. See if producer Kalle can produce that graphic, but if not, we will wait with bated breath to see who the remaining qualifiers are for the semi-finals.
All right, we are going to go here with Supercar Lights. Heat number 3, Vittels, Lindquist, Darvik, and Larson. Great to see Larson getting the car repaired after the last qualifying heat where he was dead at the start line. And look at that, Mads Larson with the jump on the field. Lindquist and Vittels getting into it.
Kevin Darback to the inside behind Robert Vittels. Larson single wide, dropped into the gravel. Not what the Lindemann probation driver wanted at all. Side by side, they down the hill. Oh, Lindquist and Darback, the two title protagonists. Lindquist has broken the rear suspension.
Oh, Lindquist, not what he needs. Darvik needing every point possible to make a run on this with Lindquist.
This is a first for Rallyx Broadcasting. We've got Tobias Darback, Kevin's older brother behind us in the commentary position, spotting for Kevin at the moment, using the live timing and the broadcast screens. Into the joker section goes Alexander Lindquist with that broken suspension.
He's trying to inch his way around.
Just getting ahead at the moment is Larsen, but Lindqvist is flying. Whoa, Lindqvist all out of shape coming down the hill.
Lindqvist just trying to hold on through there. Right-hand corner's easy. It's the lefts that are a little bit trippy.
Well, the issue will be if it's broken. If it's just bent, you can predict where the wheel's going to go. But if it's broken, then it's going to be flapping around all over the place. And I think it is broken. Well, maybe not. Maybe it is just bent. Look at the angle, the toe height of that right rear wheel. Larsen sending it through the first corner.
Big drift. Vittel's just being perfect in this one, doing what he needs to do. Just chipping away here. Stretching the lead over Darvik in the second spot. Last lap, top 3 cars have yet to joker.
Vittel's into the joker for the final time of asking, followed by Kevin Darvik. His brother Tobias has not had the worst spotting job in the world by following to the finish. Larsen also in the joker. There is Darvik. Tobias leaving us in the background, having got to a second place finish, and fair play to that team as well, actually, because just a few minutes ago the gearbox was in bits in the paddock behind the car, and there was people from the OMSE team, people from the JC team there helping them get that resolved. Great camaraderie in this paddock and a lot of experience with the supercar lights. And yeah, people get stuck in and help each other out. No one was able to help Mats Larsen then, though, as he jumped on the throttle and went super wide in the first corner. Saved it though. Made it to the finish ahead of Lindqvist, who had that broken rear suspension.
Another big wide drift there as Darvik now at the line. And, you know, like we said, it's going to be very hard for Kevin Darvik to catch Alexander Lindqvist. But I got to tell you, he's doing his best to fight back into this thing, Hal.
Yeah, I think it's basically done, but more problems like that for Lindqvist in the final. And, yeah, you just never know.
So Vittel's taking the top spot. Then it was Darvik in that one in the second. Lindqvist in third, Mats Larsen, Lindqvist fourth, Mats Larsen third. Moving to supercars, Klaassen, Christensen, Ericsson, Bell, Cerna in this one. Loaded up group of 5 drivers. Oh, their little contact.
Ericsson spins after that contact with Klaassen in the run to the first corner. The puncture earlier on didn't help his cause. Robert Cerna there is being collected by Victor Christensen on the exit and is on a wild old ride. Gets the FC2 scoop back up again. Victor Christensen, who was so quick in free practice earlier this morning. Remember, he won the opening round of this series. Klaassen, broken front right suspension. He's trying to get going. Ollie Eriksson does indeed get going.
Yeah, Ollie Eriksson not going to be happy about that, as it is going to be Cerna now into the second spot. As Christensen leads, Christensen, Cerna. Then we've got Bart Bell, who is hanging tight, little contact there with Cerna and Christensen. Christensen about 2 car lengths over Cerna now as they make the run down into this corner.
This is not where Cerna wanted to be after that performance yesterday. Such a brilliant start from P4 on the grid as they're just going to pass Klaassen. That's a really risky place to make that move. Klaassen ought to have stopped by now, really, because the car's damaged and he's going no further. Cerna into the joker this time around. Ollie Eriksson is still going as well, but miles back. Cerna's going to come out ahead of Bart Bell.
That was a very proper joker for Cerna. Came through almost perfect. One of the best jokers we've seen all weekend. So great job by him. Now he's going to try and claw the way back on this last lap. Have a great push lap. Christensen's going to know Cerna is charging hard. Cerna continuing to make up some ground here. All right, so we're going to see our leader Christensen joker on this final lap. Cerna going to be able to stay on the main line. Christensen into the joker. Very good entry.
Ollie Eriksson's flying out of our shot. Fastest lap of the race. Victor Christensen is going to take it by crossing the line here. The time is a 1:57.6, but we are looking for the black and yellow machine, who was taken out in the run up the hill to the first corner in the joker lap for the final time of asking. Nice, neat and tidy, Ollie Eriksson. And this is going to be enough to crown the Swede as a double Rallyx champion. He's done enough by completing qualifying to secure the title, Jim. What a shame for him that he didn't do it in the way that he wanted to with this contact in the run to the first corner. But there'll be opportunities later today to secure a better result than this.
And Ollie Eriksson holding his line there, and it looked like
He's just been taken out, hasn't he? Klaassen, I think Klaassen may have hit the wall there.
Well, I think
bumped out
Christensen, there was contact with Christensen, would hit him into the wall, then he ping-ponged back and hit Ollie Eriksson, and Eriksson held his line, just wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, it happens, doesn't it? And when you're in the thick of the fight, that can happen even more. When you're out front with the best drivers, it happens less, doesn't it? But when you're here with the drivers like Ollie, and Klaassen did absolutely clip the wall, didn't he? And that forced him wide into Eriksson. It was collateral damage and nothing he could do.
You know, I think it was just all chalked up to race against it. Is now you get a look here.
Yeah, and Christensen did nothing wrong here. They're just fighting for the same bit of road, and that small nudge at the wrong time can really upset the balance of the car on the exit.
So Victor Christensen taking home the victory there. Ramit Cerna second, Bart Bell, Oliver Eriksson, crowned champion. He will be in the 4th spot. Klaassen there in the 5th. Gonna have another round here of open 4-wheel drives, Q3 race 2. Gonna have Lucas Anderson, Renee Munich, Darvik Nason, and Mats Ohlman in this one. You're looking for Mats Ohlman on that outside. He likes that outside line. We saw it come into play yesterday. Mats Ohlman with a jump on the field. Look at that, he's gonna try the same thing outside all the way across. Mats Ohlman into the lead.
Wide, Lucas Anderson, his teammate, on the inside. Nason going as well. Ohlman's got the run on the outside on him, on Nason down the hill. The 601 RX Volkswagen Polo around the outside of the FC2 machine, but Lucas Anderson, who went quickest in Q1 and Q2 at the front of the field again, he's driving beautifully today here in the final point scoring round of the year.
We're going to have a race here with Lucas Anderson and Mats Ohlman. Ohlman trying to keep it nice and tight. Lucas Anderson feeling very froggy out front.
Munich out of the throttle there in the dust at the end of the loose surface section. Anderson backs it into the first corner of lap 2, feeling super comfortable in the FC2 machine, shadowed by his teammate from the JC stable in Mats Ohlman. Ohlman's been brilliant this weekend, Jim.
He has been very much what we expect out of Mats Ohlman with that victory yesterday in the Pro-Am division. But he's looking very strong, wanting to punch his ticket here in the open 4-wheel drive final later on today. But he is putting all kinds of pressure on Lucas
dropped
Anderson.
it, just gets the nose beyond the wall, drives through the gravel trap on the exit. That's not going to help his chances. Nason in the Joker. He's going to have a clear run here.
Mats Ohlman now taking one out of Lucas Anderson's playbook, backing it in. Tire smoke off the Polo as he gets a run on Anderson down into the corner.
Ohlman won't do anything silly here. He's super respectful anyway, but he's putting a lot into the future of these young drivers in JC, and he won't want to upset Lucas Anderson's chances at all. He's going to follow into the Joker for this final time of asking. Super tidy Joker for Anderson. Ohlman's following in pursuit. Anderson's going to cross the line with a 1:55.3. Just misses out on the fastest time of the day with a 55.1 he set in Q1.
You look back here. Watch Mats Ohlman on the outside. This is just brilliant. All the way from the 5th spot, cuts all the way over, briefly took the lead, just had so much speed going to this corner, he had to hold on.
Never going to work at that stage, but you've got to try, haven't you, because you can't just slam the door on the way in. Great momentum down the hill. Nason was fair there, did the right thing to get out the throttle and just give the room into turn 2. Nason had a strong run there as well, just 3 seconds off the back of Anderson. Nason's had a really good weekend, I think, Jim, compared to some of the troubles he's ended up in this year, and that comes with experience, just learning how to race at this level.
Yeah, Nason's had a beautiful weekend so far. It's been great to see him kind of get quicker and quicker and quicker throughout the weekend. So we're going to get a look at our final standings here in open 4-wheel drive Q3 Race 2. Lucas Anderson with the top spot in the fast time of the day. Mats Ohlman, Emil Nason, Tobias Darbach, and Renee Munich not able to finish that one in the 5th spot.
Always increases, doesn't it, the action. Completed qualifying for Rallyx 2026 from a championship point of view. That it doesn't feel like 10 minutes ago we were down in the Netherlands for the opening rounds of the year.
Yeah, Yeah, it's definitely been a year that's flown by. Obviously, those of you tuning in at home, Rallyx, we still have that global finale in Portugal, and we still have some races in the Americas with Trois Rivières coming up in 2 weeks as well.
Great venue for Rallycross Trois Rivières. Been there many times with the World Championship, and yeah, it's a good place to go, especially in the summer. Right, we are going to take a swift break, but don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself something to eat, and we will be back very, very soon indeed with the junior cross kart finals up first. Stay with us.
Happy birthday.
but only just scraped into the final.
That would have been
That would have been what?
anticlimactic. We didn't go to the final.
And Oliver's in the back row.
Yeah.
Kind of fun. This track. Hard from 6. At Oliver got it. He tried in Germany and in Denmark 2 years in a row.
This one's not maybe.
Huh?
Do you like licorice? We can open these up then. Sure. Yeah.
I thought it was something else. Look at the fucking mean on it. When I was in Munich, he stopped seeing those.
Did he stop completely in it? Yeah. He stopped in the first lap.
He told me both Sweden and what more races have he done? Both those races, he stopped because I was mad. I don't want to drive. Did you hear about Nantes? Did you hear about Nantes? They didn't type the air filter, so it went off. Shit into that.
Really? Kaput.
Yeah, it's something. Even
just wanted to show you, Colin, this is what you're missing, the view out the back of the booth, the start line at Estering. I just wanted to tease you a bit. I want you to at least make you think you're a part of this, even though you're just at home. Well, I can tell you the food here in Germany is quite good, Chris.
That's good. Hopefully Portugal is better than.
Oh, yes, I will. Actually, Kevin's right here. Tell him what you want. All right, Chris. Talk to you later, buddy. What's that? No, I won't see him till Canada. So, I mean, I can. Then I bring it. You don't need to try, or I mean, yeah, I won't see him until we come to Canada. What's the schedule look like? I need to book my
Yeah, I also heard the same thing.
I haven't booked any flights yet.
I think it's only running Saturday.
Yeah, I should find a month off. I actually haven't been to Canada before. Mexico plenty, but not Canada. Canada and the United States, Canada. They don't like each other. That's what's funny. They're always in a fight. Yeah, Quebec goes, we're gonna start our own country.
Need a new battery.
Oh, he turned it off. Yeah, thank you. It's funny, every once in a while, it's like, oh, it's Canada. Sit next to each other. Oh, it's starting early. I like it. All right, back from that brief break here at Estering. Getting started with some semifinals. This one's going to be cross-car junior semifinal number 1. Going to have Ministo and Klaassen in this one, Hoeka and Schnack, Kengasaho and Van Glabik as well. Looks like we got the all clear, getting ready to go green flag racing. Ministo, the number 13, the man to watch. Going to be your 2026 champion. Looks like Pim Klaassen with a little edge on Ministo there. Pim Klaassen had some electric starts so far this weekend. Winner yesterday. Now leading your 2026 champion through turn number 1.
Good run down the hill for Klaassen. Holding off Ministo, Huka, meanwhile, is holding off everybody else for P3. Remember, the top 3 from this race will progress through to the final. Later on this afternoon, yet again, Miniso putting the car in places that other people haven't really attempted, trying to make progress into the Joker. Van Glabig and Kangasaho, I think, in the background.
Yeah, it looked like Kangasaho in there, but Manisto now working the outside inside. Now look at that. Hal, this is exactly what you said yesterday. Manisto has this knack for just trying to find angles.
Doesn't quite work on the exit, does it? Because couldn't quite get the momentum, but I just love to see someone trying something a little bit different. Backing it into the bottom of the hill, Manisto so on top of that speed car wonder. And now Hukar's been released defending from those that have been into the Joker. Hukar's onto the back of this train for the lead as well. Manisto getting a lovely rotation done.
Oh, Huka now late
T5.
jump in. Going to be followed by Schnack. I don't know why Schnack quite followed Huka in that time.
I think Schnack had already decided, and by then it's too late really. We saw with Christoph Bex in the open two-wheel drive race. Oh, Manisto has a look to the inside.
Little contact there with the right rear of Clausen.
Yeah, we saw Bex earlier on. If you change your mind and get the car over-rotated, then you're just losing out terribly, aren't you?
Big rotation for Clausen around that one. Pim Clausen being chased by Manisto. Manisto going to start working some angles here with 3 laps to go. This one's slated for 5 laps. Look at that, Manisto dives in. We got that's the 333 of Schnack in the sand trap. Manisto now going to get the Joker done. Is he going to have enough to clear? Yes, he's going to clear Huka. Now Manisto going to put the charge on to try and get around Clausen.
Wet, isn't it, on the exit of the first corner, struggling for traction. See Clausen's car just kick up a little bit over that bump.
Got a local caution in this corner.
Schnack's off on the outside, opening sector. Clausen's actually edging Manisto by the tune of a 10th and a half, so Clausen's responding here to Manisto's pace. He's got a Joker in response as well.
Didn't want to wait another lap. A little
too deep.
Too deep in that. Clips it. Pim Clausen going to give up maybe 2 spots. Puts her one to Huka as well.
Huka in the brakes, goes to the outside. We'll try and get the undercut on the exit of the first corner. Good recovery from Clausen, having lost that time. Huka's alongside, but actually you've got to go around the outside here in the looser gravel.
Now Huka putting all kinds of pressure on Clausen.
Can't overtake here, of course, under the wave yellows for Schnack's machine.
Huka doesn't want to put too much pressure on, risk losing out and not making it into that final. So it is going to be Manisto going to find a front row start in that final. Clausen and Huka in the transfer spots.
Clausen was pretty lucky there, I would say, to have hit the wall and got away with it.
Had a shot at the win and just made that mistake, but right off the bat there it was Pim Clausen and Manisto working the angles there, trying to get around. Clausen able to make the outrun Manisto there, but here's Clausen clipping that barrier. Almost cost him the 3rd spot. Huka not able to capitalize on that, but at the finish it was Manisto going to find a front row start in the final later on this afternoon. Crossguard Juniors semifinal number 1. It was Ivari Manisto with the top spot. Pim Clausen in the 2nd spot. Jere Huka into the 3rd. Van Glabig, Kangasaho, and Karen Schnack not able to transfer through to that final later on this afternoon. We got that 333 of Karen Schnack trying to get it deeply buried in the sand. All right, getting ready to go with semifinal number 2, Cross Car Junior, Lapate Mane, Tovio Paramaki, Antila, and Isaac Cetra. In this one, stacked lineup here for semifinal number 2. It's going to be Isaac Cetra with the whole shot over Alex Antila in the second spot. Looks like Paramaki getting into it there, a little bump.
Tovio inside Paramaki through the middle part of the long first corner here. Got a good run down the straight. Paramaki's covered off Tovio though. Paramaki's been a serial final starter this year, hasn't she? Doing another good job.
Doing a fine job. Right now Tovio trying to look around to find an edge. Remember, we're taking 3 to the final, so right now Tovio, the outside looking in. Looks like we are going to have, that is going to be Lapate taking the joker on this first lap. Going to create a bit of distance. Isaac Cetra, Antila, and Paramaki, your 3 transfer spots currently. Tovio and Mane trying to get into it. Run down here into the corner. Identical lines for our leaders, Isaac Cetra and Antila. Paramaki drifting a little wide.
Just need to keep an eye on the pace of Lapotti in the background relative to those ahead. Tovio ducks out, takes the joker. Anton Mane follows in as well.
Good rotation there for Tovio.
And Tila's going with his etc. here. These two in the thick of the fight all year for some solid championship positions coming into today. He's etc. led Antila by just 2 points in the overall standings for the runner-up spot.
So 3 laps to go. Our top 3 yet to joker. Bottom 3 have jokered. Right now Paramaki in the seat that's threatened by Tovio. Tovio trying to claw back a little bit of time here on Paramaki. We'll see when she pulls the trigger. She's into the joker. Is Tovio going to be able to clear? I don't know. It's going to be close.
Tovio's been flying. Paramaki's right to the wall on the inside. What a great joker from Minia Paramaki, and she's going to get it done. Tovio's storming up on the inside. Forces the issue. Solid job. I think that's close to fair racing in my book.
It was beautiful racing. No contact by either driver.
Well, they touched wheels, didn't they? But he was already right alongside. So, yeah, I'll take that.
Now Paramaki with 2 to go is going to have to do it the hard way here, which is very difficult at Estering.
Although we have seen cross-car drivers go around the outside there in T5 into the joker. Alex Antila, this is to mix up the strategy and try and get ahead of Sebastianese, etc. at the merge on the final lap.
Paramaki now going to have one last lap to try and make something happen for that 3rd and final transfer spot. Isaac Cetra got plenty of time to clear most of the field. We'll see if Alex Antila's got a little something for Isaac Cetra on this last lap when he takes the joker. Paramaki looks like almost brushed the inside wall there. She's dropped back a bit, almost out of it. Isaac Cetra into the joker. See if Alex Antila's got the time. I think Isaac Cetra's going to be able to clear Antila. It's going to be close. It's going to be Isaac Cetra at the line, taking the top spot and the front row in the final.
By 0.4 of a second, the Norwegian beats a field of Finns.
Here's the start. Isaac Cetra with the whole shot. That was Alex Antila into the 2nd spot early on. Tovio and Paramaki side by side. Here was Paramaki in the merge coming over. Tovio stayed straight. I mean, there was nowhere to go. Tovio was as close to the inside as you could possibly be. Just had the track position on Paramaki. Beautiful bit of driving there for Tovio. And here was the finish. Isaac Cetra briefly taking it over Alex Antila at the line. So was Sebastian Isaac Cetra over Alex Antila. Matthias Tovio taking the final transfer spot. Minia Paramaki, after a phenomenal effort, outside looking in. Anton Mane and Tomas Lapate also not transferring to the final. So that's going to wrap things up there for Cross Car Junior. These etc. Yalame, Van Hoof, Schnack, Tree, Schnack in this one. 5 laps here. Cross car semifinal number 1.
Actual Snack missing from this one on the grid. This is such an important race for Ease, etc. Vettel Tree coming in hot in the first corner, trying to make amends for a difficult weekend, looking up the inside of Schnack on the exit. Van Hoof currently running second in the white machine.
Nice and tight there.
Looking up the inside, Vettel Tree on Actual Snack. Sorry, it's Carl Snack who's still in the race. Actual Snack hasn't started. My apologies. He's etc. though in this massive fight for the championship with Thomas Merstad. Needs to win this race not only for the points but also for the best grid position possible in the final when they're going to go head to head for the title. Van Hoof's doing a good job to hold off Jonathan Yilalami.
Doing a very good job there. Getting the rotation early. Really hanging tight with Espinise, etc. as well. That's easier said than done.
Van Hoof, big commitment into turn 5. Lost a lot of time. Meanwhile, Yilalami into the Joker section. He's going to pop out behind Vettel Tree.
Vettel Tree trying to get back into this. Now in a transfer spot. All right, 3 to go here. We're going to get a run down into this corner. East etc. leading Van Hoof. Top 3 yet to Joker. Yalame with the Joker running a beautiful pace here, starting to pressure Tree. I think Tree's going to be sitting duck here. Hoping a mistake by Yalame, who's just running a brilliant pace.
I don't really know why Yilalami Joker for the position he was in, but fair enough. Now it's on the back of Tree, and there's nothing Tree can do.
Oh, a little mistake there by Tree. A little contact coming out with Yalame. Yalame going to take over that spot.
Oh, broken suspension though for Jonathan Yilalami after that contact with Tree in the first corner. That could massively play into the hands of the JC driver. Oh, the wheels come off on Yilalami's car.
Just blew right off the back. You see Yalame in the background just completely
That's what I mean
stopped.
about the questionable Joker strategy. You Joker early, you put yourself in the traffic, you end up in that fight, you have the contact, you get the damage, and then you're out. But why do you? You've got to mix things up, I know, but it's a risky business, isn't it?
Oh, tough break. Yalame would have been in a transfer spot. Now it's E6 Cetra, Van Hoof, and Tree out front. All to take, haven't taken the Joker yet. Van Hoof in lockstep with E6 Cetra, having a brilliant race as the local caution is there for Yalame's broken car.
Into the Joker. Van Hoof makes a mistake in T5. Vettel Tree in the background as well. The 3 drivers in the Joker are going to progress through to the final. Ease etc. takes it. Van Hoof and Tree.
Let's look at the start. Espinise, etc. Here's a big drift there by Van Hoof, running a little wide. Saw the smoke come out the back of that white vehicle. Here was the contact there with Jonathan Yilalame and Vettel Tree. Yilalame was going to get the best of Vettel Tree there briefly, but that contact led to some catastrophic damage. Just get a look here as the wheel just blows off the left rear all at once. Vettel Tree able to avoid the carnage there, take that 3rd and final transfer spot. So you look here at the finish, and it was Espinise, etc., one of the winners last weekend, taking the top spot out here in this semifinal number 1 for Crosscar. So in our transfer spots in Crosscar semifinal number 1, Espinise, etc., Jari Van Hoof and Vettel Tree going to transfer into the final later this afternoon. Carl Schnack finishing up in 4th. Jonathan Yilalame not there, and Schnack not able to take the start. All right, we got cross car semifinal number 2 coming up. This one loaded up. Thomas Eek-Merstad, Enrico Huka, Carl Svedlin, Charlie Seabaum, Rosemum in this one, Nathan Ottink, and Dan Beck's qualifying through in this one as well.
Such an important race for reigning champion Thomas Eek-Merstad. Espinese, etc., has extended his lead at the top of the standings by taking victory in the first semi-final. Suisse, etc., holds the advantage. Eek-Merstad has to respond.
Great start there for the current driver, second in the championship. Looks like Huka going to come across, though. Eek-Merstad going to have the line in the first corner, pushing wide. Eek-Merstad.
Svedlund up the inside, though, in the first corner. The driver that doesn't have a chance of winning this title this weekend. Just side by side to the background. Huka just avoids the wall.
Barely being able to bring that one back. As you said, Carl Svedlin at one point was our points leader, now kind of out of it. Now he's going, I want to play spoiler on the whole thing.
Why not? Up the inside in the first corner. He's lost out several times in turn 1 so far this weekend. Huka sends it into the Joker for the first time of asking.
Well, it looks like Beck's having a little problem there in the Joker in the background. Right now, Carl Svedlin. Clean air, and as we know, when Carl Svedlin gets that clean air, one of the best in the division, very hard to get around.
Under pressure though from Eek-Merstad, and Eek-Merstad knows he needs big points from this one. It's almost harder to follow, isn't it? He's Etcetra's had the easier job, just do what you can and run free. Eek-Merstad, meanwhile, knows he needs maximum points from this one.
Ottink diving in. Oh, big spin there with Huka and I believe Seabaum, Rosemum.
Yeah, Rosemum in the background, you're right. That's stuck in there, I would say.
All right, so Svedlin and Merstad, 1 and 2. Merstad desperately needs to find a way to get by Svedlin, get that front row start in the final.
Eek-Merstad was fastest in the first sector last time around. This time, though, they're matching each other 100th for 100. Getting a bit rougher now at the top of the hill, isn't it? Eek-Merstad into the Joker, splitting the strategy against Carl Svedlin to try and find an opportunity.
It's a beautiful corner there for Eek-Merstad. Going to resume here in the second spot. Beautiful use of the Joker. Now going to have a lot of breathing room to try and narrow the gap to Svedlin. 2 to go. Svedlin will probably take it on the last lap.
I think Svedlin will respond to try and maintain the advantage. Opening sector times. Svedlin's taken half a second out of Thomas Eek-Merstad on this lap alone. Svedlin's on a massive charge to try and extend the margin. He'll be in the Joker this time, I'm sure. No, JC have got the confidence.
Wow.
This spotter, Per Bjornsson, I think, is confident that Svedlin can go again. 38.1 on that lap, 38.7 for Eek-Merstad. Carl Svedlin is pulling away at the front of the order here.
Eek-Merstad, I think he's going to have to settle for second in this one unless there's a mistake from Svedlin. Oh, we got a spin there. That was, I believe, Seabaum Rosemum getting back underway after that big spin earlier. But right now, we're looking at Eek-Merstad, the driver on the track we're paying the most attention to, along with Carl Svedlin. Svedlin going to enter the Joker.
Carries the speed in, bit of oversteer mid-corner. Beautiful mid-part of the Joker section, drives to the line. Carl Svedlin will start on the front row of the final this afternoon. And Thomas Eek-Merstad's job has got all the harder in trying to fight for the title. Ottink and Huka finish 3rd and 4th. Huka just beating Bex at the line by 100th of a second. And Seabaum Rosemum will make it to the finish, albeit some way back, 24 seconds off the leader.
Now watch Carl Svedlin in this one. He's in the second row. Eek-Merstad on the pole. Carl Svedlin just sneaking down on that low line and able to sneak through as everybody was up high trying to carry the speed through the corner. Beautiful pass there. This is Huka getting sideways, almost losing it in the wall, able to recollect things.
Close fight, wasn't it, between Rosemum and Huka. Huka nearly made the final despite that fight. Just 4 seconds off the back of Estering. Estering will be pleased to have made it through to the main event.
So official results in this one. Carl Savedlin taking the top spot. Thomas Merstad going to be in the second row. Estering in the third row in the final. Rika Huka and Dan Becks on the outside looking in, as well as Charlie Seabaum Rosemont after those 2 spins some 24 seconds back. Here we are with open two-wheel drive semifinal number 1, and look at that pole sitter, Lucas Gabrielsen, our 2026 champion. We got Bleasdale, Wallach, McGarry, Verhoeven, Vestergaard. And look at McGarry with a nice jump to the outside. Hood blowing off one of the cars. I didn't see whose that was.
Looked like Bleasdale, I think, perhaps. Side by side with McGarry through the first corner. McGarry's up to P3. Vestergaard's getting forced to the outside on the exit of the first corner. What was that came off? It was the rear engine cover on Jason Bleasdale. McGarry's having a look around the outside. There's no room through there at all. P4 here in the semis and finals works really well, that grid spot. Got loads of grip, hasn't it?
Look at Gabrielsen already gapping the field. Bleasdale in the second spot.
Well, the dust looks fairly bad over the top of the hill. Everyone backing off quite a lot. It's going to take someone brave to commit there, and I think that could make all the difference come the end. Bleasdale under pressure from long-time rival Peter McGarry. Wallach also in this one. Wallach's had a disappointing couple of weekends, I think. You hope for more. Went out in the opening heat race of the Danish weekend just 7 days ago, 8 days ago now, with a broken damper after contact with Van Hoog.
So Gabrielsen now with quite a bit of a gap back. We've got Bleasdale, McGarry there. It looks like the rest of the field, that is going to be Wallach and Verhoeven.
This could be wise from Wallach. Committed early to the joker there, and now we'll have a bit of free air to get the hammer down. Gabrielsen managing the pace at the front to a degree, I think. Lost half a second to his own best on the previous lap. Door blowing open at the end of the longest straight. Remember, Bleasdale was on the podium on day 2 in Denmark after a difficult opening day for him. Similar here, he had a difficult opening day yesterday, didn't he? Ended up with that big damage in the wall, didn't actually start in the semi-finals.
Oh, big spin there from McGarry, clips a wall, full 360 spin, gonna regain, gonna dive into the joker. It's gonna cost him a massive amount of time.
Yeah, that's Pete Dunn for a fight for being in the final. Fire from underneath the polo. Something's broken in the front, pulls to the outside. Someone needs to get an extinguisher on that quickly. suspect it was a split oil line or something that just spilled a bit on the front wheel. McGarry's getting out sharpish from that Volkswagen Polo. What a shame for Peter McGarry. The brilliant Marshall team here at the Estering are quickly on that, and they're keeping a watching brief.
So this is Wallach now, trying to get back into things. Our two leaders, Gabrielson and Bleasdale, yet to joker.
This is taking the pressure off Bleasdale, hasn't it? The gap from Bleasdale to Wallach is 6.7 seconds, so plenty for Bleasdale if he can just survive this lap. I wonder why the yellow flags are out there at the end of the hill, the loose surface section in the run to turn 5. 3 here, 4 is the next one. Let's see if we can see on this camera. There was yellow flags out there, but I don't really know why. Gabrielson will joker this time around together with Bleasdale, but it's basically a foregone conclusion.
So Gabrielson going to punch his ticket to the final. Bleasdale going to do so as well. It's going to be Wallach, Verhoeven. Big spin almost. Collecting it there at the line for Verhoeven.
What a series of nationalities in this race. A Finn, a Brit, a Pole. Verhoeven's from the Netherlands. Vestergaard's from Denmark, and Peter McGarry in the polo there from Ireland. McGarry had a great start from P4. Bleasdale got up the inside of the polo in T1. Vestergaard got squeezed right to the outside and ran the wall. Then I wonder if we'll see what happened to McGarry. Maybe from this drone shot. Great view of the lovely Honda engine in the back of Bleasdale's VX220. And this is McGarry's dropped it. And as you say, 360 spins, styled it out to a degree, kept going, and then yeah, it all got pretty smoky. Already smoke pouring off the front. I wonder if it split an oil cooler or something, Jim.
Yeah, and that could have caused a spin with all the grease on the tires.
Well, maybe it's just split with the impact, and there's the fire. Yeah, definitely fluid of some kind.
Really erupts this one.
He's lucky though, isn't he? Great photo from the drone, but not the sort of thing you want on your office wall, is it?
Smartly pulls off, got out of the car quick. Brings us up to our two leaders in this one, Gabrielson and Bleasdale, transferring into that final. All right, results in this one, open two-wheel drive, semifinal number 1, Lucas Gabrielson, Jason Bleasdale at the top of the order. Wallach, Verhoeven, Vestergaard in there, and Peter McGarry after that scary fire there, not able to finish. All right, we're back here, ready to go racing for open two-wheel drive. This is going to be semifinal number 2. Got our drivers gridded up, doing a little bit of track maintenance, cleaning up some oil, some spills. We had a fire, cars in the sand pit. So sorry for the delay, but yes, right now, semifinal number 2. We're going to be taking 2 to that final. It is Volders and Knee on the front row, Pearson and Frosag, Van Lummel and Hendricks in this one. Magic number is 2, slated for 5 laps out here at the beautiful Estering on this sunny, warm German summer day. And look at that, Frosag once again with a big jump on the rest of the field. Olaf Frosag has had some brilliant starts this weekend.
Volders out front. Frosag is tucked into second under pressure from Johnny. In the background, Mikkel Persson also looking to make up some ground. Frosag, though, as you say, Jim's been great off the line. He's all of that 680 brake horsepower. Doing a good job here.
Getting a lot of pressure from Johnny early on. Johnny got an up and down weekend, but we know he's one of the strongest in the field. He's got to get around somehow, and he wants to do it sooner rather than later. Magic number is 2 in this one, since we got 3 semifinals for Open 2.
Volders is pulling a margin at the front of the order. Frosag's under big pressure from Johnny, though, on the exit of the final turn on lap 1. Johnny's going to look to the inside here. Manages to carry the momentum, though. Does Olaf Frosag around the outside. Down the hill. What a margin Steve Volders has pulled. 2.5 seconds on the opening lap.
Volders starting to pull away on this. And you can see the frustration there with Johnny, just trying every angle possible to try and get around Frosag. He's going to have to get some separation at some point. Look for him to take the Joker before Frosag does.
Just having Van Lommel there in the window is kind of stalling the Joker strategy, isn't it? Because really they need her to Joker to free up the space so that Nee can go in. Nee is applying the pressure hard to the back of Frosag. Frosag's defending hard as well, and sometimes that can work out badly for you if you start compromising your exit speed by defending too hard on the entry.
I mean, he had the wheel almost over the curb on the inside there. Look at that. Johnny diving to the side, trying to make an angle. Nothing there. All over the back of Olaf Frosag through the corner.
This has got the potential for a mess all over it, hasn't it, with these two fighting hard.
And you're going to see Frosag try and play a little cat and mouse here. Wants to try and snake Johnny about the same time Johnny goes to take the Joker. Johnny absolutely doesn't want that to happen. It seals his fate here.
Frosag started in contact with the wall, I guess.
That was Hendricks.
Freak Hendricks.
And it looks like Pearson out of this as well. It's a 4-car race.
Maybe it was contact with Pearson, to be fair, because Pearson's pulling off at almost exactly the same spot on the circuit. Knee's really good at the end of this straight, coming back out. Frosag now over the loose, looking to the inside. There's an opportunity now with the gap back to Van Lommel for Nee to go in, and with 2 laps to go. Oh, Frosag's gone. Yep. Knee's wide. That's harmed Knee's potential there. Nee does take the position. Now he needs a massive push lap from the Swede.
Frosag already starting to narrow the gap up, so Johnny trying to run away and hide here. Volders has gone away. He is out on a race of his own, just massive gap over the rest of this field in the number 77. Leader in second place, gonna have to take the Joker this time by Olaf Frosag right now outside looking in. Does he have enough time to get around Johnny?
Looks to me that Nee had a problem at the bottom of the hill, looks slow out of the hairpin. Frosag's on the back of Nee already. Frosag's got this done.
Johnny gonna take the Joker here. Oh, Johnny doesn't take the Joker.
The car's broken.
He's pulling in.
Very good of Johnny to get off the track there rather than parking and causing more delays. But Steve Volders wins semi-final number 2 to progress through to the final. Olaf Frosag also in his trusty old Volvo S40 run together with the JC Race Technics squad will move through, and it was all down to that start, as you said, Jim. What a brilliant launch for Frosag, and then drove really well defending from Johnny, one of the front runners in this series this year.
Yeah,
good job.
Yeah, it was Pearson pulling off after some contact. But it was Steve Volders just walking away with this one. Going to be a threat there in this final later on after the speed we saw in this one. Olaf Frosag going to be very happy with the transfer spot. Quite well earned.
Steve Olders takes the victory. Ola Frozag will also progress through to this afternoon's Open two-wheel drive final. Ariane van Lommel, Johnny Mikkelperson and Freek Hendricks go no further in the Open two-wheel drive category.
All right, after a little track maintenance, we're good to go here for the final semifinal in Open two-wheel drive. It's number 3. We're going to be taking 2 more to the final. Victor Johansson and Bex Nansenhammer, Bleasdale and Van Hove in this one. We got a couple of cars jumping there. Look like a good portion of the entire grid. Keeping them honest in this one, Hal.
Just looking over my shoulder to the Starlight gantry. It looks like the indicator says Bex, but I don't believe that.
Bex had a hair, and then the rear row,
and
Van Hove jumped.
I wonder if we can see that replay again from our lovely TV.
It was just brief from Bex. Yeah, Bex had a little.
Yeah, I think it is Bex that set the sensor off, and Bleasdale and Van Hove have reacted in the background. Who gets the 2 joker board?
Yeah, that is not good for, especially at Estering,
Yeah.
to have to take a double joker.
Oh, it is Christoph Bex. That's a big shame for the Belgian. Big job to do now.
Oh, Christoph Beck's not where you want to be. Front row is definitely where you want to be, but especially when we're only taking 2, that's quite the penalty.
All you can hope for now is to make the best start, lead from the front, joke on the last 2 laps, and hope you've built a big enough gap. Easy, really.
Maybe have a little mechanical issues behind you.
Well, yeah, if you can run out front, you can hope that everyone else falls into a bit of strife, can't you?
All right, so we're going to redo this one again. Semi-final number 3 for open 2-wheel drive. Round number 10 here at the Estering. Championship Sunday.
Finals day. Kind of.
Well, looks like Van Hove's getting pushed off now. Might be down to 5.
And that could make Bex's life easier by not having to race so many people, but then harder because the potential exists that less people are going to get tied up with each other.
Yes, it looks like, yeah, Van Hove has been pushed off. Looks like we're going to go with 5. Oh, Van Hove's getting pushed back forward now.
They're going for the bump start, look. Uphill, though, in the pre-grid here isn't ideal for that. It's not going. Are they going to have another go? Try bumping it in reverse, chaps. No, he's out of it.
Unfortunately, gave him 1 shot at it. All right, so we're going to be down to 5, as you had said. Life just got a hair easier for Christoph Bex, not by much. It's going to be Victor Johansson and Bex, Nayens, Hammer, and Bleasdale in this one. Victor Johansson jumping out front early. As Nayens and Bleasdale, a little contact in the back.
Bleasdale's going to go wide, and Nayens going to look to the inside. Now Nayens sideways on the exit in the Ford Escort Mark II. Victor Johansson gets a little bit of air off that little jump coming down the back straight. Bleasdale looking to the inside of Nayens in the background. Oh, contact was there, or did Nayens just drop it a little bit? They're both closing on Emil Hammer as well. Hammer with the very short wheelbase Skoda Fabia.
As they come through, Christoph Bex electing not to take the joker. Obviously, Hal had said he thinks it's going to be the final 2 laps. So we see the strategy play out here.
Well, at the moment, you're just joking yourself into terrible traffic, aren't you? It's like pulling onto the motorway, I guess the highway for you, and being in amongst all the rush hour.
Johansson.
Bex is on a big charge here, isn't he? Going with Johansson, just a tenth between them on the opening lap, and then they're full second and a bit quicker than anybody else. Bex could do this, you know.
And that's what Bex needs. He needs that gap to to 3rd and 4th to be massive there. As it looks like, yes, this is exactly what he needs. Problems happening behind him. Hammer and Nayens getting into it a bit.
Nayens got a bit crossed up on the way in. Oh, Hammer's tripped the wall in the joker section. Bex is all over the back. Oh, Victor Johansson, your outgoing open 2-wheel drive champion, double 2-wheel drive champion at that. Would dearly love to win the final race of the year.
What a run for Bex right now. I mean, with the 2 jokers doing everything he possibly can, put himself in a fabulous position here to possibly capitalize on some mistakes behind him.
Nayens going quickly in the background though.
Is Bex going to go in on this one? It looks like he's drifting wide. Yeah, he thinks he's got Nayens cleared here. He should have Nayens cleared. So Beck's going to have one of his 2 jokers done. Now he needs to stretch things out on this lap and pull the joker on the final.
But Nayens is still yet to joker. Hammer's out of it. So Bex has basically got this done. Remarkable job here from the Belgian star.
Nayens trying to be a factor in this. He's going to want a joker on the opposite lap of Bex if he's got an opportunity to make the final. Beck's going to stay in. We're going to see, is Nayens going to take it? Yes, Nayens jumps in. Christoph Beck's going to handily clear Nayens. Nans having some troubles in that Joker. I think you're right. I mean, Bex has got this one in the bag. What a brilliant bit of racecraft. Victor Johansson coming down for the final time into this tight corner. Top two cars gonna have to take the Joker this time by. Nans a bit out of it. Bex makes the run down. Big dust in that corner, billowing out. Big rotation there for Bex. Look at that, gonna pressure Victor Johansson. Beautiful Joker for Bex. Little brush with the wall, still gonna hang on. After a double Joker, Christoph Bex hangs on to transfer to the final.
Impressive job from the Belgian in the big Volvo. The Volvo looks absolutely huge, doesn't it, through the Joker section.
So Victor Johansson with a whole shot. Christoph Bex dropped into the second, kept clean. Here was Nans and Bleasdale with a little contact early on, just briefly. Hammer was in the mix as well. Here's Nans trying to make a run on Bex after Bex dropped a wheel there in the sand. Big rotation there by Bex on this final lap. What a beautiful bit of driving and strategy for Christoph Bex. With the penalty of a double Joker, still able to take a spot in the finals with only two cars transferring. So Victor Johansson, Christoph Bex transferring through. Nick Nans and Bleasdale not able to do the deal. Hammer there with some issues. Rounding out in the fifth spot. All right, it is time to go open four-wheel drive FC2 time. Excuse me, Pro-Am time. Omen and Munich, Christensen and Darbeck, Bart, Bell, and Clausen in this one.
Great launch from René Munich away from the start. Mats Omens, though, got it on the inside. Munich's looking to the outside. They've just watered the track heavily here at the Estering to try and suppress the dust. Darbeck's been spun around on the exit of the first corner. What's happening at the front, though? Christensen got around Munich as well.
Mats Omen going to lead him down into the corner. Mats Omen on a flyer here, stretching out 3 car lengths over Christensen. René Munich trying to factor into this as well. Mats Omen's been a brilliant driver here to Estering once he gets out front and gets that clean air. Oh, another spin in the back.
Bart Bell's dropped it at the end of the loose in turn 5. Darbeck into the Joker this time around. Munich's looking to the inside of Christensen. Christensen right to the outside. Does he touch the wall? We don't see that. Mats Omen, though, pulling an advantage here at the front of the order. Oh, Owen's gone wide in the gravel on the outside. He's dropped it into the sand trap. Yesterday's winner. What a shame for Mats Omen. You could hear it just out of our shot, couldn't you?
Mistake by Omen, a rare mistake. You don't see that very often as Christensen now dives into the Joker. Excuse me, Munich dives into the Joker. Christensen stays out.
Wise decision from René Munich's squad. Look, he hasn't used the wipers once yet, Jim. You can see the dirt. It's all stuck to the windscreen. If you use the wipers at this stage, it starts to smear the visibility. Same for Christensen. Hasn't touched the windscreen wipers. Christensen needs to be tidy through here. The STSRX driver, opening split. Munich's quicker by 0.08 of a second. Christensen's not going to Joker this time around. I think I would have covered off, to be honest, on René Munich in the supercar.
Christensen had the gap, it looked like. Now it's going to give Munich a chance to claw back into this one. So Christensen, the only one out that yet to take a Joker. The rest of the field has.
Fastest lap of the race for René Munich on a 37.1. 3/10 quicker than Victor Christensen. René Munich, the local star, is on a charge. Great to see so many nationalities represented in this final. Christensen, the young Swede who won the very first round of this championship in Tjörp. So precise through turn 5. Munich carries a bit more speed in. He was quicker in the opening sector again of this lap. And he's quicker again, 37.0, fastest lap of the race for René Munich. He's going after one of the rising stars of the FC2 division.
Last lap, Christensen going to have to take the Joker. Munich just on the charge now.
1.9 seconds the gap going into this lap. Another 2/10 for Munich to the good in the opening sector.
There goes Christensen, he is in. Munich going to try and keep it nice and tidy. Beautiful turn there through the middle portion of the Joker. Not going to have much momentum. Oh, it is a photo finish at the line. I think Christensen just barely
takes it by 1/10.5. Victor Christensen wins the open four-wheel drive AM final here in the final round of the point scoring rounds here at the Estering. Mervyn Claessen's going to complete the podium on his second weekend in an FC2 following his debut back at his home circuit in Valkenswaard at the start of the year. Omen did everything right in the first corner, covered them off, forced Munich wide. Darbeck went for the gap on the inside and just got, I think he collected Munich and then he got collected by Bell. Bell ultimately did finish but miles behind. Omen never got going again.
A little spill there by Bell, and this is Mats Omen driving it off into the sand. Made a mistake that you don't see often from Mats Omen, but it was enough to take him out of contention in this one.
I think Omen had pulled off after that, knew that he couldn't really do anything more from that point in terms of fighting for the win, and having won yesterday, That's all he would have wanted to do, really.
Save it for the supercar final later on today. Mervyn Clausen really happy with the podium finish here. All right, so the results here for the Open 4-Wheel Drive Pro-Am Final. Victor Christensen, Renee Munich, Mervyn Clausen on the podium, Darvik outside looking in, as well as Bart Bell. Mats Oman with the pulled off, saving the car for later on. So tough break for yesterday's winner, Mats Oman. Now we're going to have our Open 2-Wheel Drive front-wheel drive. I guess this is more of a formality, Hal.
I mean, it was only going to be 2 cars in the first place, which wasn't ideal, and now with Freak Hendricks having not made it through the last of the qualifiers, it was the semi-finals actually, an Open 2-Wheel Drive where Hendricks made it no further. So Fabienne Verbucht drives away from the line, and I believe she's going to pull in after the first lap. But let's see what happens. As she, I had the impression she was going to pull in after the start. But if this is a victory lap, if nothing else, but
Fabienne Verbucht.
I don't really know what to say, to be honest.
Not much to commentate here. She will be your.
You've got to be there. To finish first you've got to finish. And Hendrick ended in the wall earlier on, so is Verbucht just going to complete 1 lap to get that on the timing screen, or is she going to go for a full run? And she's off the throttle at the end of this lap, so I would guess that she is going to pull in. And fair enough, she's had her moment in the final, and you know, everyone deserves that if they've paid their entry fee and they've come to do the event. Drives to Parc Ferme. I guess part of this is going to Parc Ferme because that's where you've got to go at the end of the finals.
And take a peek at the car and make sure it checks out, and she'll be your victor in 2-wheel drive open, front wheel drive, Fabienne Verbucht.
Getting ready then for the last cross-car junior final of 2026 in terms of a points-paying race. The juniors will of course be in Portugal for the finale of Rallyx in October.
All right, we're getting ready with our cross-car junior final here at Estering. This is round number 10. Champion Ministo there in the pole position. Isak Cetra there on the outside of row number 1. We got Antila, Clausen, Huka, and Tovio in this. We're going to see if Ministo can put a stamp on the season that he's already been crowned champion.
Up the inside of Isak Cetra into the first corner. Pim Clausen looking on the inside of Alex Antila. Huka and Tovio get very close. Pim Clausen's been absolutely mugged in turn 1. Huka up the inside. There's going to be a fight for the lead here as well. Isak Cetra and Ministo going wheel to wheel. Ministo's the bravest of the brave on the brakes at the bottom of the hill. Isak Cetra has to tuck into second and line astern here.
So Ministo leading Isak Cetra through a good portion of this first lap. Easy Etc. looking to the inside.
Klaassen Jokers at the first opportunity gets out of the traffic, and I'd say based on the lap pace of Klaassen this weekend, yesterday's winner in fact, that's a wise move. You can afford to joker earlier in the final generally than you can in the qualifying races because the pace is so similar between those that have made it to the last race of the day for this category. Alex Antila ducks out from behind his Etc. Ducks back in again to protect the line from Hukar. Meanwhile, Manisto's run deep in turn 2 on this second lap.
Single file through the turn. Manisto protecting the inside from East Etc. Now you're going to have Huka dive in, take the joker. Antila now charging into the third spot. Huka going to drop back to 5th.
Hukar clears Pim Klaassen for P5. Another fastest lap of the race at the front of the order from Livari Manisto. Was quicker in the opening sector of the previous lap by 7 tenths of a second over Ease Etc. This time Manisto's dropped a tenth to Ease Etc. Such little margins to choose between these junior drivers.
Who's going to rank first? Everybody nice and tight. Nobody wants to take the joker. It's still too early. This is Manisto, East Etc., Antila, and Tovio, your top 4.
It's not out of the question that Hukar could be on the way to a podium here, but the junior cross cars are very nimble through the joker section. Manisto is still edging a little bit, although Ease Etc. took a tenth out of the leaders' advantage last time around. Alex Antila applying the pressure hard to Ease Etc. These two have been in a big fight for runner-up in the championship standings. Good early commitment from Alex Antila into the joker. That's what we want to see. We've seen that so little this weekend, Jim.
What a beautiful joker. Beautiful.
Brilliant joker from Alex Antila. He's going to cover off Hukar into turn 1. Tovio yet to joker has climbed a spot, but Antila will get that back.
As Manisto now with about 5 car lengths over East Etc. slowly starting to stretch out the lead. Tovio now getting a lot of pressure from Alex Antila, who has already taken the joker. Going to inherit that spot when Tovio decides to take the joker.
Final lap, they've got to go in.
So it is Manisto, East Etc., and Tovio all the way through. Manisto going to win. And at the line, it's going to be East Etc., and then Tovio takes it.
Wow, I thought Antila had that, but Tovio takes it by 0.04 of a second. The transponders, I would love to see that as a photo finish from the Chronomoto photo cell, but the transponder must be mounted a little bit further forward in Tovio's car because they look very close over the line. This was a great move for Manisto down the hill to make sure he could take the lead on the opening lap. And as a champion, that's exactly what you want to do. Having won ahead of the final round, you just want to get it done and finish on the top step for the final race of the year. What a season that young man has had.
Just all dominance all season long there from Manisto. Just a beautiful, beautiful season. Obviously, as we said, being crowned champion, I'm just looking through. That is going to be the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th victory on the season for Manisto. What a way to put a stamp on the 2026 season with the top spot. East Etc. 2nd, Tovio, Antila, Huka, and Klaassen. Your running order at the finish.
And just like that, our race director, Rainis Nittis, has sent me the photo cell shot of the finish line, and Tovio is clearly ahead by half a car length. So thank you, Rainis, you legend. Another legend in the making, though, is Livari Manisto, who is jokering, who is next to the joker lap and donutting to finish the year. Pim Klaassen as well, who didn't make it onto the podium today, but won yesterday, delivering the donuts in front of the team for the PK Chalet squad, and Ease Etc. as well. Livari Manisto climbs onto the roof of his speed car Wonder and celebrates a dominant season in the junior cross car category, and look what it means. Victory in the final round to put the icing on the cake, and the top 3 in the championship line up together. It's like they're seasoned pros, Jim, like they've done this all before.
Yeah, beautiful season for everybody. Vari Ministo, just a phenomenal effort this season, though.
Great camaraderie, great sportsmanship between these young drivers as well. I have to say, the atmosphere in the paddock in cross car and junior cross car is absolutely brilliant. And there's confirmation of the championship standings, and it's Sebastian Ease, etc., who does indeed take the runner-up position from Alex Antila, fitting then that it was Hukar and Tovio also in the final as they finish 4th and 5th for 2026. But there was absolutely no stopping Lavario Ministo, who dominated this season in the junior category.
7 out of 10 wins on the season for Vari Ministo. Just amazing. It's time for our Supercar Lights final here for round number 10. Front row, it's going to be Robert Vittels and Alexander Lindquist, Larson and Darvik in the second row. It's been a hotly contested division this season, especially out here this weekend.
Oh, brilliant start for Alexander Lindquist. Goes side by side with Vittels in the run to the first corner. He's gone for the big send around that side. He's been trying that all weekend, and yet again, it doesn't work out. Side by side between Darvik and Lindquist down the hill. Bit of contact between them.
Yeah, tough there for Lindquist, kind of on the outside now. Side by side continues to be with Mads Larsen.
Bundles of understeer in turn 2, just couldn't get the nose in. Kind of over gripped sometimes the lights cars with these Nova tyres, and you can't get the rear moving as you might like to do. Lindquist into the Joker for the first time of asking. Sensible move from the Swede. Absolutely nails the first apex as well. Robert Vittels though running free at the front of the order.
Little over rotation for Mads Larsen there. Vittels out front. Pretty big gap back to second. Darvik already. Larsen now trying to put in some pressure on Darvik.
Darvik had a huge crash here yesterday and was collected by compatriot Mads Larsen. Massive damage for those two cars, but they both got repaired and back out. Larsen eventually took the victory after Vittels was black flagged for contact with Lindquist, who's on the inside of Larsen, but isn't close enough. Goes for the big send again. Does Lindquist, looks to the inside of Larsen. I think he's going to get this done, Jim. Good momentum.
He's got the momentum. It's going to be close coming down the run. It looks like he's slowly edging him out. Lindquist's going to have the inside line. Larsen having to back out.
Great fair racing between those two drivers. They've been at it all year. Lindquist has had his fair share of broken suspension and stuff lately, with contact in the opening corners, all going nice and smoothly so far. He really wanted that outside move to work in the first corner. He's been trying all day. just didn't pay off again. And actually the amount of people that try that outside move and fail shows just how hard it is to execute in the style of Kevin Eriksson. 2016, that incredibly famous move in the World Championship.
Vittels with a massive gap back to Darvik in the second spot. Lindqvist and Larson have both jokered already. Darvik should have plenty of time to clear Lindqvist. Lindqvist charging hard here late in the race with 2 to go.
Darbak's on a big charge. Unfortunately for him, it's not going to be enough to deny Alexander Lindqvist of being the 2026 champion. Lindqvist driving a nice, neat and tidy race. Darbak's gone wide and high into the first corner on this final tour.
Lindqvist may have the second spot here. We're going to see how things shake out. Vittels with a massive gap, though. He's coming down into this tight corner, going to shoot us down the backstretch.
Vittels has been the class of the field in Supercar Lights this year. Hasn't done all the rounds, but he's so quick, so experienced. He's a massively deserving winner of the FC2 prize drive in Portugal in October. Darbak into the Joker as well.
So there's going to be Vittels with the victory here. Darvik in. Lindqvist going to be close. Looks like Darvik may. No, Lindqvist.
Lindqvist takes it, and with it, the 2026 Supercar Lights Championship title. Alexander Lindqvist, in his debut season in the category, stepping up from cross car, has been under big pressure in the last couple of weekends and has managed that well, I would say. That crash he had on his own in the Joker in Denmark, he must have felt like it was all slipping away a little bit. But good job from Lindqvist, and yeah, shame for him that outside send didn't work in the first corner, but I'm sure there'll be more opportunities for that. Take nothing away from Robert Vittels though. Stunning performance yet again. Super quick, super tidy, massively deserving winner.
And this is a move right here. Got the run out of the corner on Mads Larsen and just slowly was able to creep by as we go into this corner. Larsen have to shut it down on the brakes. Lindqvist ended up taking over the spot. And then at the finish, it was all Vittels with a photo finish. It was just Lindqvist edging out Darvik. So our Supercar Lights final results. Robert Vittels taking the top spot here in our final race of the points championship. Alexander Lindqvist second, Kevin Darvik third, Mads Larsen selling for fourth in this one. Oh gosh, we almost had an accident in donuts. Vittels and Lindqvist almost bumping into each other.
I wonder if this will be the last ever time we see Robert Vittels in a Supercar Lights machine. I think it probably will be, because he kind of stepped back, having raced the Supercar, British Championship, nearly won the title. What more can he do? He's dominated in this class on pace. Yes, he hasn't won the title. Lucas Anderson didn't win the title when he was doing lights. That hasn't really harmed his career trajectory, and I don't see a reason why Vittels would continue, especially when he has the FC2 prize drive in Montenegro. Alexander Lindqvist, though, I think we'll see him back in a lights car, to be honest. That's my personal opinion. Won the championship this year, and deservingly so, but there's still more learning to do, isn't there? And that's exactly what Joel Kristoffersson did with Lucas Anderson. He continued in that category to do the learning, and I think we'll probably see Lindqvist back next year.
Yeah, it's a much more cost-effective way to learn than running an FC2 car at that high level. So our official championship standings for Supercar Lights, as Hal said, Alexander Lindqvist with the top spot. Kevin Darvik made it a fight to the end, some 8 points back. Robert Vittels, if he would have run the whole season, probably would have been a factor in this points championship for sure. Oscarson there in fourth, Matt Larsen finishing up in fifth, and it was Lundgren, Cake, Holmquist, Janssen, Christian Haug in it as well. All right, we're getting ready to go with our cross car final race of the 2026 season for this championship. Espen Etc., Carl Svedlund, Thomas Ingmerstad, Van Hoof, Tree, Ottink, the two to watch, Etc., Thomas Ingmerstad. This is your championship battle.
Etc. makes the best start. He's going to take the lead. Thomas Ingmerstad looking to the inside of Carl Svedlund, backs out of it. Doesn't want to get in the thick of the action. Ottink around the outside. Svedlund running second. This is not working out for Thomas Ingmerstad at the moment, who was so good yesterday, running fourth at the moment.
Yeah, Thomas Ingmerstad's got to have some immediacy here. This is a winner-take-all situation. Got to put the pressure on. It's going to be really hard to do that sitting in a fourth spot.
It is indeed, but everyone in this race is super quick, so you can afford to mix up the Joker strategy. That is exactly what Ingmerstad is doing. Sends it into the Joker. Beautiful rotation, runs a tiny bit wide on the first of the apex, but gets a good drive back up the hill, and he's already almost on the back of the pack with Vettel Tree, who is yet to Joker.
Beautiful, beautiful use of the Joker on the lap one. Got it out of the way. Now he's going to be able to claw back over these next 4 laps, see if he can factor into things as everything cycles out. Right now, though, Espen Etc. is provisionally in a championship spot, with Carl Svedlund in the second spot pushing.
If Etc. wins, it's done. If Ingmerstad were to win, then there's various permutations as to how the championship would play out. But Etc. doing everything he needs to do. Ottink goes into the alternative extra route. I don't know if Ingmerstad is close enough here. Yes, he is. He's going to get the run up the hill to clear the Dutch driver.
So 1 down for Ingmerstad. Did what he needed to do. He's going to move up a spot. Going to slowly have to try and claw back through this field.
It's not going to be enough though, is it, Jim? Look at the gap between
the massive gap.
Etc. and Ingmerstad. You don't need a stopwatch for that. You can see it's huge at the moment.
Etc. with the fast lap so far of the session, 38.404. Just continue to slowly gap the rest of the field.
Etc. has been so solid this weekend, especially when Ingmerstad was smashing in the good times yesterday. Ingmerstad dominated the penultimate round, in fairness, and it would have been easy for Etc. to start losing focus at that stage, but he stayed in it. Leading from the front now is the Norwegian. Ingmerstad doesn't have an answer here.
We're going to see who out of this group of the front 4 decide to take the Joker. Somebody's got to on this one. Got to shake it up. We've got a taker there. I believe that was Van Hoof.
Carl Svedlund following the race leader.
Is Ingmerstad going to be able to get around?
The final lap.
No, Ingmerstad not going to be able to get around Van Hoof.
It doesn't matter now. He's not going to make up enough time without something dramatic happening to Espen Etc. This is a fitting end for Carl Svedlund as well, to be right there in the fight. Shame for Svedlund that he didn't take it to the final round of the year with the 2 Norwegian drivers. But Espen Etc. knows all about heartbreak when it comes to losing championships. It was in this very section where he lost the RX3 crown a few years ago in the European Championship, and he's going to win the final here and claim the cross-car title for 2026. Carl Svedlund, the outgoing junior champion, finishes second in a year that could have delivered so much more. And Van Hoof on the podium, Jim. What a brilliant result for the Dutch driver in the final round.
Oh, what a brilliant race. Was going to take back a look here at the start, and Espen Etc. doing what he needed to do. Got out front early. He wanted to claim this championship and leave no doubt in anybody's mind. And what a brilliant bit of driving. Carl Svedlund trying to push the entire race. There just wasn't anything Carl Svedlund could do because Etc. was just perfect today.
With thanks to Nicholas Dubenard, I got all sorts of permutations written down for the situations playing out in the final between Ingmerstad and Etc. And they're all useless because all Etc. did was dominate from the front and take the win. So what a waste of time.
That left no doubt in anybody's mind. Espen Etc., your 2026 cross car champion, as well as taking the top spot. What a stamp on the season. Carl Svedlund second, also second the championship. Jari Van Hoof, Vettel Tree, Thomas Ingmerstad. What a brilliant season for Ingmerstad. Tried to take it all the way to the final, just wasn't there today. Nathan Ottink rounded out your 6-car field. But right there, that is the man of the hour, Espen Etc. Not only your winner, but your 2026 cross car champion in Rallyx. Got the fireworks blowing off. Brings us to our championship standings in this tight battle. Espeniche, etc. Top spot, 230 points over Thomas Merstad, 221. I had said Carl Svedlin possibly in the second spot. No, he finished second, but he was third in the championship. Rika Huka also coming on brilliantly towards the end, as well as Vettel Tree. They're going to be fourth and fifth in this one. There's your champion once again. Going to be a lot of celebrating tonight for Espeniche, etc. Now it's time for our two-wheel drive open final. 6 of the best in the world here with Lucas Gabrielsen, your champion on the pole. Volders, Johansson, Bleasdale, Bex, and Frostag in this one. That was a massive jump there for Frostag, who has been electric with his starts, but that's going to cause a re-rack and a restack here and a double joker for Frostag.
I mean, the jump start that Bex did earlier was touch and go, wasn't it? There was nothing touch and go about that one.
No, that was that one was pretty bad. That starting in the 6th spot and with a double joker, that's going to be a tough one to overcome from Ola Frostag. But the excitement about this one, the champion has already been crowned. Lucas Gabrielsen is your champion. We know Victor Johansson second. So now all bets are off. You're just going to have some of the best drivers in the world throwing down here for a victory for the last one of the season. And I think that's what makes this one special, because nobody's points chasing, nobody's holding back, everybody just wants the top of the box. All right, time to go here with two-wheel drive open final from Estering, round number 10. Champion Gabrielson on the pole, Volders, Johansson, Bleasdale, Becks, Frossack with that double joker after the false start. 6 drivers and they are off. Big jump there for Victor Johansson from the second row, going to slide in there behind Gabrielson. Little pressure there with Volders.
Bleasdale made a brilliant start from P4, but gave a lot of room on the inside, and steaming through came Christoph Becks. Gabrielson's got the lead in the run down to turn 2, but outgoing champion Victor Johansson wants to end his year with a victory and is going to apply the pressure hard. Steve Volders is right there as well though, wanting his piece of the action, but this is a proper victory run, isn't it, for Lucas Gabrielson, who has been stunningly good this year in the Toyota Starlet.
So Gabrielson through at the end of lap 1, got about 2 car lengths on Victor Johansson. Victor Johansson, yesterday's winner.
Bleasdale into the joker for the first time of asking. Second final in the space of the week for the Vauxhall VX220 driver. Volders runs a bit wide on the exit of the first quarter in lap 2. Now under pressure from Christoph Becks, who's moving around looking for a way through. Johansson.
Lots of pressure on the back of the Toyota Starlet of Gabrielson. Johansson starting to apply the pressure, trying to force a mistake out of Gabrielson.
Becks has run wide, eyes touch the wall, lucky to keep the car pointing in the right direction. There's nothing to choose between the top 4 in this race. Fastest lap so far is Gabrielson's. What's it going to be when they cross the timing line this time around? Johansson's gone quicker by a tenth of a second.
Look at, just bumper to bumper traffic through turn number 1. And then you've got Gabrielson and Johansson with more horsepower jumping out in front of Volders. He starts to drop back, but 1 and 2 in lockstep.
Gabrielson worked hard over the winter on the starts of his Toyota Starlet, and that is making all the difference in this final race of the year, because he made the start, even if Johansson has that hybrid power to help him get away from the line. Volders is going to joker this time around, ran the car wide going down the hill into the alternative extra route. Bleasdale is not going to be close enough to challenge. Fastest lap of the race for Christoph Becks, the 39.8, much quicker than those ahead. He's now right on the back of Victor Johansson.
Ola Frossack going to pull off. Day is going to be done. Leaves 5 cars in this fight. Really about 3 logical have a chance to win. Gabrielson, Johansson back.
Becks in the rear. Victor Johansson pulls the bumper off the back of the big Mercedes. Gets out of the throttle, doesn't turn. The reigning champion, the former champion around. Into the joker goes Johansson this time around. Volders is already on the back of this pack.
This might be catastrophic for Victor Johansson. Can he get around Volders? It's going to be close. Oh, a little contact. It looks like he's going to see the position of Volders.
Volders has lost a little bit of time on the entry there. That might just help out Lucas Gabrielson, because he's not far behind Volders. Oh, he's offline into the loose dirt coming down the hill. The gap is 2.9 seconds between, 1.9 seconds between Johansson and Gabrielson as they cross the line last time around. You've got to assume that Volders is of a similar margin. Becks sends it into the joker behind Gabrielson.
Gabrielson going to get through the joker. He is going to have this stamped. It's going to be Volders for second, Becks third, and Johansson outside looking in the 4th spot. What a brilliant season here in open two-wheel drive. Lucas Gabrielson, the class of the field in 2026.
Fastest lap of the race on the final lap for Steve Volders, but it just wasn't enough by the tune of 0.3 of a second against the new champion. He was crowned yesterday. He drove free without the pressure today, dominated qualifying, did what he needed to do in the semi-final to make it onto the front row of the final, then executed a perfect race, did Lucas Gabrielson. What a deserving champion. And while the entry hasn't been massive at every round, he's beaten the best of the best in this category consistently. He's been there on the podium all the time. Super deserving champion, as has been Simon Tiger and Victor Johansson in the past.
Here we are there with a little bit of contact.
I think ultimately that cost Volders the victory, because he wasn't able to open up the first corner, lost a bit of time, as you say, that it was so close, that bit of contact, and ultimately he lost the race by 0.3.
Flags flying, open two-wheel drive final in the books. Lucas Gabrielsen, your 2026 champion, taking home the stamp on the season with the victory here in the 10th and final round here at Estering. Steve Boulder's second, Christoph Beck's third, and it is going to be Victor Johansson second in the championship, fourth in the finale here at Estering.
He's progressed year by year by year, has Lucas Gabrielsen. Came in, won the AM category. Last year he was right there in the mix as well, in the little starlet, the wheelie machine. It's been this man, Victor Johansson, who has dominated in this category in the last few years, along with Simon Tiger, who's not here this weekend. But Lucas Gabrielsen has beaten the best of the best in 2026. Fantastic job by him. Jason Bleastow also celebrating, making the second final in a week with the donuts.
Brings us to our championship point standings, Hal, and Lucas Gabrielsen, like we said, pretty much locked things up yesterday. Victor Johansson second in the championship. John Nee not able to make the final there in third. Simon Tiger knew he didn't have a chance at the championship. I know he posted on social media, hey guys, I'm not going to be here for the rest of the season. We're getting this car together. I want to win the championship in 2027.
The wonderful sound of a dog boxer sequential gearbox going into first gear. Could do that all day long. Quick lunk. Gabrielsen returns to the paddock as we have two more finals to go here at the Estering to conclude the last championship round of Rallyx in 2026.
Brings us to our supercar final here. This one's going to be Mats Oman, Rene Munich, and Bart Bell. Oh, a little contact there, Bell and Oman.
Oman made a poor start. Bell had contact with Oman's front wheel. Seemingly no damage done to either car. Oman's got a run on Munich down the hill here. Munich's got the cleaner of the lines though. This is a repeat of what we saw yesterday when Oman joked early and hounded Munich for the duration of the supercar final. He just made a mistake in turn 5 when Munich joked on the final lap. Bell's presence here means that Oman can't joker super early. Mandy August sadly missing from this one. Munich's gone deep in the first corner, but carries the speed.
That's Omen's drifting a little wide too, a little fishtail there coming out of the corner. Allows Munich not to give up much ground as they come blazing down into this corner.
The All-England squad lost the engine in Andy August's car earlier in the day today, sadly. I mean, they know where it is, it's in the front of the car, it's just not working anymore. So I'm sure they'll have that sorted very soon indeed.
That's Omen gonna continue to stretch things out over Bart Bell. I think possibly the next time by, depending on the time split, you may see Omen decide to take that Joker. Oh, a spin! A stall by Omen. That's going to take him out of this. That means Munich may Joker this time and get it just done.
No, Munich will go to the end because Bell's too close. They're all too close. So, yeah, I can't see Rene jokering at this stage, but what a shame for Mats Omen. Made a mistake there at the first corner. He was basically faultless yesterday, apart from a minor error on the final lap. Bell's going to joker this time around. Omen's going to stay out. And based on lap pace, in the couple of laps there are still to go, Omen should easily clear Bell for the runner-up spot. But with 5.5 seconds to the good, Rene Munich is going to be in a comfortable position, barring any disaster for the German.
Rene Munich with a massive gap over Mats Omen. 2 laps remaining here. Going to make the run down this backstretch in this supercar final. Big rotation early for Rene Munich.
Best he's been around that corner all weekend. Such an experienced driver, Rene Munich, and as I said yesterday, for anyone watching, he's done so much for this sport. Bet in his own way, very quiet character, keeps himself to himself, does his own thing, does things his own way, loves being involved in the creation of these many supercars that his All-England squad develops, and has put a lot of effort and money into venues like the Estering because he has a massive, deep passion for this sport. Into the Joker for the final time of asking.
Rene Munich there through the Joker. Mats Omen going to follow him through. It's going to be Munich, your winner in supercar, followed by Mats Omen if he can get back on the tarmac, and Bart Bell going to settle for that third and final podium spot here. This one was just a bit of clean driving for Rene Munich. Got out front early. The one that wasn't clean, though, that was Mats Omen, and Bart Bell got a little contact there, sent Bell for a bit of a ride.
Surprised they both survived that, to be honest. I'm sure there's some bent geometry on Bell's machine. That was the mistake from Omen. Got it going again, lit the throttle up and flew back down the road.
There's Bart Bell taking that third and final spot.
Munich waving out of the window. He's not a man that ever really shows any emotion publicly. Confirmation of the result, Munich takes it from Omen. Bell, August wasn't a starter, but I cannot explain how much this man loves this wonderful sport. Will we see any donuts from Rene Munich? That would be fantastic to see, and I would be a little bit surprised. I think we're going to, you know. Go on, Rene. Absolutely brilliant job from Rene Munich. And donuts for Mats Omen. He took victory in the open four-wheel drive and final yesterday. Wonderful to see Mats Omen continuing to drive at this level in the Volkswagen Polo 601 RX. A standing ovation from the crowd as well. 60 years old now, Mats Omen. Paraplegic driver. Drives with hand controls in that 600 horsepower beast. Incredible. We are getting ready for the last points-paying final of 2026. Track watering is almost done. It's a super hot day here in northern Germany, and there's been absolutely tons of water put on this track between every session just to keep the dust down and keep the racing as safe as possible. And there is nothing worse for the nerves than sitting in a racing car on the line. They've been through the start, the pre-start process, they've done the pre-launch, they've chosen their launch settings. You sat on the grid, tyres have cooled down again if they do get a little bit of heat in them when you do your tyre clean. And now it's just a waiting game. Lucas Anderson on pole, lost out on the championship. Ollie Eriksson was just too consistent through the year, but Lucas would love to finish his season on a high. What a first season it's been for Lucas Anderson. Joining him on the front row, Emil Nason. Great first season for him as well.
All right, it's time for our FC2 Open four-wheel drive final. Front row, Lucas Anderson, Emil Nason. Second row, we got Christensen and Darback, Cerna, and 2026 champion Oliver Eriksson in the rear. They are off. Who's it going to be? Look at Ollie Eriksson off the outside, trying to do something his brother did 10 years ago.
Oh, contact around the first corner. Cerna's being collected. Cerna up the inside. Yesterday's winner, Lucas Anderson's got free out front. Victor Christensen, I think, has got damage. Car squirming all over the place. It's Emil Nason who's out of this. How did Robert Cerna survive that contact? But up front, Lucas Anderson has made the best of pole position and leads from the front.
Yeah, Cerna somehow avoided all the chaos, went from 5th all the way to the 2nd spot. Oliver Eriksson, same thing, avoided the chaos. Right there you see the left front of Robert Cerna's car. Got the front fender kind of peeling backwards. We'll see if there's more damage later on in this race. Ollie Eriksson taking that joker early.
Eriksson doing exactly the right thing. Anderson runs over what bodywork there is, scattered all over turn 1. But Lucas Anderson has absolutely dominated today, fastest in every qualifying session. Victor Christensen's having a look at Robert Cerna behind. They're not going to trouble Anderson though unless something befalls Anderson at the front of the order. His gap is almost a second already.
Yesterday's winner, Robert Cerna, looks like the left front may actually have a problem. Might be bent a little bit. We'll see. Oh, look at that.
Disaster.
Big mistake for Christensen following Robert Cerna into the joker.
Disaster for Christensen. Ollie Eriksson must be carrying damage because he's dropping off the pace as well. Christensen really did not want to follow in there. Looks to the inside on the entry to the first corner, but Cerna's carried the momentum around the outside. Perfectly clean windscreen and front of the car for Lucas Anderson. He hasn't been behind today in the JC Race Technique run machine.
And the rookie Lucas Anderson, just a brilliant pace out here, just continuing to gap the rest of this field as every car has had some type of damage or mishap so far. We got a local caution in the joker for Darvik as Lucas Anderson works through, going to clear the field with 3 to go. Lucas Anderson is going to have absolutely nobody challenge him the rest of this race.
Absolutely the right decision to joker with the gap earlier than you might do otherwise. Robert Cerna has shed a bit more bodywork from his FC2. Still under pressure from Christensen, although he's capped him by a few temps, and that just takes the pressure off a little bit. You haven't got someone bouncing off your rear bumper for the duration. Shame for Ollie Eriksson, Jim, to have won the title today. At this stage, is not going to be on the podium.
That is tough for Oliver Eriksson. Had a brilliant season and just had a bit of tough luck the last couple of rounds. But right now, the guy with no tough luck is that man right there, Lucas Anderson. Christensen trying to slide in. A little tap there with Cerna. No real contact, but right there, Lucas Anderson, just a brilliant, beautiful pace hitting his marks.
The fastest driver all day long on the last points-paying round of Rallyx 2026. Lucas Anderson is driving absolutely beautifully. He has been stunning in his debut season at this level.
As he comes around the final, we are going to have Lucas Anderson with the spin over the checkered flag, taking home the victory in this one.
Anderson nearly dropped the FC2. The JC Race Technique squad are behind us in the commentary position. Absolutely delighted, led by Joel Kristoffersen. They came into the last few rounds of the year with the potential to claim 2 championship titles. It hasn't worked out. Let's have a look back at the first corner. What happens here? So Nason and Christensen run side by side. Darback's had side-to-side contact with Nason, and then Cerna's collected Nason. For me, that's a racing incident, Jim, because no one's done anything untoward.
There was nobody turning in. It was just a little bump, and it just sent.
Cerna, how did Cerna get through there unscathed?
And still on the podium. I mean, still finished up second after all that contact in the opening corner.
I'd like to see that. The drone shot is the best to see what happened there. Darback also got unlucky, really, in turn one. Ollie Eriksson.
Brilliant job to avoid Darvik there. Oliver Eriksson just bailing out of things.
I said to Ollie after Q3, it was very Ollie Eriksson that he won the championship after being taken out in the run to the first corner, because if someone's going to get hit somewhere, it's usually poor old Ollie, because he just has such poor fortune in those situations. Cerna, though, has been great this weekend. Anderson with a massive send over the finish line. What a way to celebrate.
Yeah, donuts all around for Lucas Anderson. I mean, he's a rookie this season, multiple victories on the season, currently leading the point standings in FC2 and Rallyx in the Americas in the Supercar division. So a lot more to come from this young driver. Romet Cerna, what a brilliant way to cap off his rookie campaign in this division. Win yesterday, second today. Cerna's got to be going on a high into the offseason.
Sure has, and that result, I think, secure him third in the championship standings as well, behind that man Lucas Anderson and champion Oliver Eriksson. On the roof is Lucas Anderson, celebrating a brilliant performance today.
Christensen there in the third spot, finding his way to the podium too. Anderson and Cerna high-fiving, both the rookies in this division. I think we're going to see a lot of races yet to come between these two. They've had some great battles.
There is the 2026 Rallyx champion, Oliver Eriksson, now a two-time Rallyx title winner, to join two other double champions in his brother Kevin Eriksson and Johan Kristoffersen. Not the result Oliver wanted this weekend. Missed out yesterday.
His OMSA teammate Romet Cerna lifting him up, giving him a high five. They had a great battle yesterday.
He hasn't got on the roof because he is going to get on the roof, but he knows he'll have to fix it if he does.
He's not fully committed to the roof though.
No, because he's just going to make more work for himself. But either side the windscreen goes well. The OMSA team coming to celebrate with Eriksson and Cerna.
It's a bit of an up and down year for Oliver Eriksson, especially as of late, but it's still a brilliant season. Very consistent week in and week out.
Deserving champion. And of a driver of his level, I think he would have expected nothing else, having committed to the full campaign. Gets a bit of flack, I think, because he's driving the OMSE car. Obviously, OMSE basically run the series as well. But I actually think it's a disadvantage much of the time because he's so busy dealing with other stuff. He's going to be he's not going to be on the podium this afternoon because he just missed out. But he'll be involved in the podium later by taking it down and loading it back into the truck because they've got to head home to Sweden. There's all sorts of other things that these guys have to do as well as driving the cars. And while he's in a wonderful position of driving these cars as part of his family team, it's not as straightforward as just driving. And I think people suspect that it's perhaps easier than it is more times than it's not. Wonderful him to win the championship with his partner and kids here as well.
So our championship standings officially here at the end of things. Oliver Eriksson, 221 points. Lucas Anderson, the rookie, a phenomenal effort there for second. Romet Cerna in the third spot, clinching that as well. I think we're going to see both him and Lucas Anderson back next season, and pretty sure more victories to come. Darvik in the fourth spot, Nason in the fifth spot. Omen, obviously, after that spill, didn't see him this weekend, but Omen did say he's good, and I will see you in Portugal. So for those of you looking forward to seeing Adam Omen in Portugal at that global finale, I know I am one of those people, but great to see that he's going to be back, and he's going to be back with a vengeance. Let's
have another look back at that start then. So this is slowed down a bit so we can really try and see what happened. Christensen had a great start from P3. Ericsson had a good launch from P6. It was P4 that Kevin Ericsson came from all those years ago, and I think 6 is optimistic, isn't it? Backs out of it early, Ollie does at this stage. I can't see there being any penalties for that, to be honest, because it's just side-to-side contact in the run to the first corner. No one's done anything particularly malicious.
No, just a racing incident, as you said. It was just nobody really turning into each other. Just it narrows down and was tight, and there's just a lot of cars trying to fit into a small space. And
shame for Nathan. I think he's been good this weekend. Has got caught up in a fair bit of contact in the last few rounds, but learning at that level is tough, isn't it? And yeah, I think he's been really good here. Oliver Ericsson returns his FC2 to the paddock. He will drive into Parc Fermé, where all of the cars go to be checked that they're complying. There's Lucas Anderson, Romet Cerner, Victor Christensen. Your podium finish from today. Tobias Darbach is returning to the paddock with his car also, but being the balance, holding it on the forklift.
So our 2026 champion looking at his car, making sure everything checked out, seeing what kind of repair work he's going to have to do to his own car before Portugal.
I wonder if we'll see him in that car in Portugal. I suspect not. I suspect he'll be in FC1.
Yeah, that's one of the big things about Portugal. Obviously, we're going to have the FC2 cars. We're bringing over the FC1 electric cars, 1,100 horsepower electrics over from the United States. They're going to be in action in Portugal. So that should be fun. A contingent of both North American drivers as well as European drivers in this global finale to come in Portugal. That is late October. Montalegre, I haven't been there, but I hear it's a beautiful facility.
Yeah, brilliant circuit. One of many great rallycross tracks, but it's beautiful up there. Been there in all weathers, and I suspect that in late October we'll be getting all sorts of weather again.
So yes, Portugal to come. Those of you tuning in, 2 weeks from now, we will be at Trois-Rivières in Canada for the third round of the North American Championship for Rallyx, or Rallyx Americas. So we will be here on the Rallyx YouTube channel, Rallyx TV, also airing on a Racer Network around the world as well. So those of you looking for some more rallycross action, we'll have FC1s and FC2s, as well as some other divisions. I think they're going to be a bit of a surprise there in Canada at Trois-Rivières. So that is 2 weekends from now in Canada. Beautiful rallycross track there, beautiful facility, GP3R there in Trois-Rivières in Quebec, Canada. So looking forward to that round of racing. So those of you at home, you only got to wait 2 more weeks for more Rally X action.
Spectators flocking over the circuit here to go and enjoy the podium celebrations, and these guys have just stopped for a rest in the Joker section. Fair enough, why not? Fans enjoy standing on this legendary tarmac. Paddock is filling up with people behind us who've come to have a look after watching the racing all weekend on this beautiful day. And we are being joined in the studio by a double Rallyx champion, although not a podium finisher today. Ollie, congratulations first of all. Well done, mate. It wasn't the easiest weekend for you, but I guess the ultimate job was achieved.
Yeah, no, it's good. Obviously, I've always wanted to win, you know, the last race of the year, and I just haven't figured it out yet. So I thought my luck would turn today, but obviously not. So yeah, I just take it. It was a great year, great fun racing Lucas specifically. He's been super fast all year, coming up from Supercar Lights and doing really well. So yeah, I guess I'm the, what do you call it, the veteran here now. So good I keep the youngsters at bay then.
Yeah, so I'll let you jump in, but I was going to ask about that specific start. So we had talked to, you know, your brother 10 years ago made that brilliant start there, and I think it was from P4, is what Howland said. You're back there in P6, but we saw you shoot to the outside early. And we go, oh, is Oliver going to try and pull a Kevin here and just go around the outside of this thing?
Yeah, I got a great launch. I was really like, I was anxious to do it, but then I saw Tobias in front of me, like, oh, he's going to go for it. So, like, I can't be the second in line to do it. So then I try to like back out of it and just see what happens, and then try to manage through it. And yeah, unfortunately, I fell on my own mistake today. I jokered. I got a good opportunity to catch up, but yeah, I struggled with vision up to turn one. I got some dirt on my screen, and then the shade there kind of made me not see the inside wall, so I touched it, made a 360 and went again. So
okay, well, we wondered why you lost the time.
Yeah, that's what I did. So completely my own mistake.
Donuts for the fans, though. Like, why wait till the end of the race when you can do it during
everyone's
it?
talking outside. Kevin has done it 10 years ago. I tried something different. Yeah, I did a 360 now. So trying to not follow his footsteps too much.
Quick shout for this event. Loads of fans behind us in the paddock now. Been really well attended. Great racing all weekend. It's a proper old school rallycross venue, and it's been a great atmosphere, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been great. It's always great coming here to Estering. Obviously, the track is full of action, just in the track itself. The fans are super enthusiastic. We always get a great feel here, and yeah, it's great racing. And as I said, like you can never plan this turn one. You know, I had pole yesterday. I thought I'd just get a good launch and get away with it, but yeah, no, it never goes as you want. So yeah, it's just it's a fun place to end the championship, I think, because it's so unpredictable. And yeah, it's been great having everyone here.
Big pressure for anyone leading the championship coming here. I know maybe you didn't feel it like some of the others, but look at yesterday, in the thick of the action, just couldn't quite get a break, and then today Q3 got taken out again. That was kind of very your career, wasn't it? Like you've done everything right, and then something else happens. But as you say, that happens here, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I thought, like, I always want to win the last race of the season. It happened to me first time 2019. I was leading till the final lap, and then a uniball broke, and I lost the championship. And stuff like that has seemed to haunt me, and I've been trying to work on it, see why it happens, because obviously it can't be chance every time, you know. But yeah, today it just didn't bounce my way. Obviously, time qualifying with Lucas was super tight. It was 800th to decide pole, but you know, he's been flying today, so I think my chance to stop him was that time qualifying, but he got it there, and then he was untouchable. So I just tried to manage, you know, doing what I could next to him. But you know, yeah, bad luck strikes sometimes in this sport, and you just gotta bounce back from it and do the best you can, and that's what I tried to do today.
You did so much work in the development of the FC2 platform, the big brother of the Supercar Lights. I'm sure deep down you also feel like you should be quickest because you've probably done the most laps, but at the same time, seeing someone like Lucas come up, a real rising talent, and match you on pace must be really satisfying for you, that you've created a platform where young drivers can come and really excel. And he is clearly someone who's very, very good. It's not by chance that he's this quick all the time. He's very consistent, and he's there all the time. Yeah,
for sure. And why we created FC2 was to have close racing with everyone on the same, what do you call it, the same
financial level.
Yeah, everyone's financial level the same. Everyone has a chance to win every time, and that's what I love racing. That's what I grew up with doing, and that brings the best out of you. And you know, as I said, racing Lucas this year has really brought the best and the worst out of me, I think. You know, I've done some mistakes myself that I need to clear up and to be better at. But, you know, always having that pressure of someone breathing down your neck. If you're leading, there's always someone breathing there and whatnot. So it makes for good racing. I think we had a lot of different winners as well. So there's a few other guys coming as well that are obviously getting faster and faster every time as well. But yeah, it's just a blast being out driving, you know, racing this close, this fast with these cars. It's fun, and that's what we need back into rallycross, I think.
Well, and that being said, obviously we're wrapping up the European season here in Estering. We still got a couple of events to go with Rallyx. We've got the Americas in 2 weeks at Trois-Rivières, you know, a track that's very iconic. So you're going to shift gears. We'll see you in an FC1 car there. Then we turn around. We come back to Portugal in October for the global finale with Europeans and the Americas. There's a lot still going on in Rallyx.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's August, mid-August, and yeah, we have one championship ending here, but yeah, Rallyx keeps on going. We have Rallyx everywhere now, which is great. So yeah, for everyone watching, Rallyx isn't over yet, and Canada will be a great event, but then the big one in Portugal. I think anyone who wants to attend a rallycross race and dream of going, for once, Montalegre is an iconic track. It's a great place to vacation at if you're into scenery or whatever, and the racing will be absolutely fantastic, I think. So if you've never seen rallycross before, that's the place to go.
Montalegre, that's it. Mark your calendar.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, congratulations on the championship. It's been just a brilliant year to watch you, and obviously we've got stuff still going on in North America. Got Portugal yet to come, but congratulations on the series, my friend.
Thanks, guys.
Well done, Ollie.
Thank you for this year. It's been great.
Oh, we got a...
Congratulations. Now Oliver's being presented with an Estering. He's the local commentators at Estering, giving Ollie...
yeah, look at that.
Oh, it's real gold. Amazing.
Yeah, real golds.
Well done, mate. You're champion. I'll have that. Go and take down the podium or something. Ollie Eriksson with lots of jobs to do. What a great ambassador for this championship. Put so much work in, like all of the Eriksson family do to make this happen, and the small TV team that work on this as well alongside us. People probably can't appreciate quite how small it is these days, especially, and yeah, pleasure to be part of.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Me as an American coming over here, the European, my European family has totally embraced me, and I've met so many amazing people, gone to so many amazing venues. It's just been an amazing first year for me here in Europe, calling the broadcast for Rallyx. So very fortunate to be a part of things. And sounds like we've got some highlights from the day, but you know, on behalf of Hal Ridge, I'm Jim Beaver, and I will see you in 2 weeks at Trois-Rivières. Sorry, there's been a lot of talk so far today, Hal. And yeah, we've also got Montalegre, Portugal in October, so don't miss it.
Well done, guys. Thanks for everything. Well done,